Welcome to this class. I'm so excited to be here teaching this summer. My friend Jackie Greenfield and I were here and we taught a grow your own medicine class. And so this is a natural kind of evolution from that. My name is Amy Hamilton. I operate Appalachian Seeds Farm and Nursery. I grow a lot of different nursery plants for sale, and I grow medicinal herbs. I started my path with medicinal herbs over 20 years ago, and it has just been thrilling and so rewarding to learn from these medicines and learn from the earth and learn from other people who share this passion. And so I welcome your feedback as we're making medicines. If you do a process differently and you want to share, this is about learning from each other. So if you want to pipe in with something, just to get an idea, how many of you have made your own herbal medicines before? Great. How many of you use herbal medicine? Okay. So it's just part of the process that I'll be talking a lot about what the uses are. It only makes sense to do that. And I'm talking about my own experience and my own opinion. For most serious conditions, I recommend that you work with somebody, and it's not just for your safety, it's to get the most out of the medicine. And a healing process is augmented by working with another person. Even if it's just that you're sick and someone makes you a cup of tea, that tea becomes a medium for their love and their concern for you, and that is incredibly healing. If there was nothing but hot water in that, and someone made that with love for you, it would be healing. So I encourage you, a lot of us who do our own herbal medicine, we're very independent, and a lot of women have this issue where we have a problem asking for help or reaching out to people. And I encourage you, if you have a serious condition, to work with somebody. And we're really blessed in this community to have a lot of highly accomplished practitioners to choose from. We are not in Kansas. There's not that many natural health practitioners in Kansas. Not that there's anything wrong with Kansas, but to begin, we are going to be covering all of the different forms of transforming herbs into a substance that you can ingest. And before everyone arrived, I cleansed the space with some white sage. And so this is medicine working on a more spiritual kind of energetic level. And I bring that up to say that in your own consciousness and your own awareness and your own energy that you're bringing to this process, bring a lot of intentionality to it. This is medicine. This is like more potent food. And so your intentionality and your awareness in this process is really key. You don't want to be sloppy about it. You don't want to be dirty about it. You want things to be cleaned. I made sure to clean all of the pots and surfaces and everything like that. That's an intentionality for purity and for order and for hygiene. Be sure to come to this just like you would with food, with a happy heart. If you're really angry at somebody, just hold off on making the medicine until you can maybe go take an herbal remedy to help you calm down, and then go make your medicine. These energies can be infused into the preparations that you're making and passed on. This is true of food and medicine. Okay, food and medicine. What's the difference between food and medicine? Anybody want to go there? Venture? Hunger? Would you say that disease would be a sign of hunger in some way or not? No, okay.
Well, a lot of food is medicine.
Mm-hmm.
So for a lot of foods, it's the same thing, but not all.
Mm-hmm. Dosage? Is that what you were alluding to?
No, I was saying very little in the difference. That there's a lot, but dosage makes sense too if it gets more concentrated in a medicine often.
Mm-hmm. It's something to think about, because what we'll be doing here is going in and out of food and medicine. And often that line is blurry, you know. Hippocrates says, let your food be your medicine and your medicine be your food. So, so in a sense, we're always kind of walking that gray area and bringing the same intentionality and the same awareness for healing our bodies, always bringing health and purity into our bodies. I just wanted to start off with that. What is food and what is medicine, and are they the same? And I like your answers. So let's see. So when we're making medicine, what we're doing is when we're making herbal medicine, we're taking a substance, a plant substance, and we're transforming it through various solvents or processes into a form that will help us with a specific ailment. And the way that this is most often done is with whole fresh plant material and whole dry plant material. And I recommend that when you're starting out, you start with as whole of a plant as possible. The reason for this is that when a plant is chopped or powdered, if it's dry, if it's chopped or powdered, you don't know how long ago that happened. It could have been chopped or powdered 2 or 3 years before you bought it or got it. And the more surface area that's exposed to the air through chopping or grinding, the more vitality is going to be lost in oxidation, and the less potent that material is going to be. So if you're always, in every step of the way, if you're always incorporating a consciousness about quality and integrity and potency and effectiveness, efficacy, then you're going to have better results. So give yourself the best chance of having a healing effect, a healing response, by using good quality material. And of course, the best quality material will come if you grow it yourself and dry it yourself or process it yourself. But don't wait to do that. We have a lot of good sources here in our area. The French Broad Food Co-op has a wonderful apothecary. There's an herbiary downtown. There's a lot more apothecaries. Do y'all know what an apothecary is?
Yes. Herbal farms?
Yeah. There's a lot of them in our area, and they have pretty good quality herbs. So let's see. I want to show you something about this, a little example. I'm going to pass these two things around. I'll start with you. So these are the same herb. Just look at them, smell them, compare them. Okay. And just pass that around. You can take some out of that jar if you want and crush it in your hand or something like that. So, so we're going to be dealing with a lot more whole plant material, and we'll learn about how to work with that. Sometimes the only stuff that you can get is a powder, and that's what we have to work with, and that's okay. But in general, if you can start with whole material, that's really good. So you're either going to use it fresh or dry. I'm going to talk about how to dry things in a little bit. But first, I want to get started making our first thing that we're going to be tasting. When you make an herbal tea, do you all use herbal teas? Most people use herbal teas. The most common way to do it is an infusion, and that's just pouring hot water over some plant material and letting it steep, about 15 minutes. This is most often done with plant materials like this lemon balm that's being passed around that have a lot of volatile oils. They're very aromatic, and so you would want to keep the lid closed on the vessel that you're steeping them in so the volatile oils don't go away. That's what you're smelling in this lemon balm, is a difference in presence of volatile oils. So that's an infusion. And that's the most common way that everyone takes herbs. And the other is a decoction. And that's usually used for things that are more woody, like barks, roots, certain seeds, things like that. Things that take a little bit more work. And a decoction is simply simmering the plant material for about 20 minutes. Excuse me. Does anybody have any questions so far?
What about glass or metal as far as what you do with decoction in?
I like to use stainless steel or enamel. That's usually what I use. I don't cook with a lot of glass, honestly. I mean, I use glass jars and like some glass measuring cups and different things like that. But I usually try to use stainless steel, not aluminum. I just don't even have aluminum in my house. That's my take on that.
What about cast iron? Is it fine to use like a Dutch oven or cast iron to use?
I wouldn't. If you're only using it for that, for herbs, it's such a porous substance that if you're cooking other things in it, it's going to affect the flavor and it's going to impart other things. I would use something more like crockery, or I mean, you can use glassware. I just don't like to. I have a young kid, and it makes me nervous. And I burn things in it a lot if I'm not just doing water. Yeah, enamel covered cast iron is good. So we're gonna make a couple things to start. And one is gonna be a decoction that is a broth. And so this is a soup broth. So this is a tea that's a soup broth. It's a food. But any time you're making a soup broth, you can make it an herbal tea. You can make it a decoction. And there's tons of things that you can put into your broth if you're making your own broth at home. If it's a chicken broth, you can throw shiitake mushrooms, particularly, the stems of shiitake mushrooms or any of the mushrooms. There's sometimes some inedible parts. That's how I do my shiitakes. I just peel the stem off, and I save those stems and I throw them in my broth. You can use kelp. Kelp is a wonderful food herb. It's high in a lot of minerals. So throw that into your broth, vegetable or chicken or beef or whatever. A really good wintertime immune kind of boosting broth is like a chicken carcass with shiitake and some ginseng, American ginseng. So we're going to be making a broth, and I need a couple of volunteers. Is anybody ready to get their hands a little bit dirty? Okay. So we're going to start. We're going to make a dashi. This is the name the Japanese use for the broth for a miso soup. So I went and harvested this burdock from the garden, and burdock has a long tap root. As you can see, I kind of cut it off in the ground, but that's okay, we have plenty here. So the burdock root, you can find it oftentimes in the produce section of health food stores, and they're washing their hands, they're being intentional. Thank you. So you can find it, and it's usually, if it's cultivated, it's going to be young, it's going to be very tender, it's going to be more mild, it's delicious, you can stir fry it. Burdock is a great food herb. It's a tonic. Builds your blood, cleans your blood. It's really good for skin eruptions. The leaves, we're going to be talking later, we're going to be making a salve, and I use burdock leaf for that. Burdock leaf is amazing for skin conditions, and the seed is very good too. But for our broth, we're going to be using the root. So if y'all could clean that off, just rinse it off real good. And there's a couple cutting boards. Here's a couple knives.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And what is this on this one?
It's burdock.
Burdock.
Arctium lapa. So for this decoction, what we're going to do is we're going to clean and chop the burdock root. We're just going to add some kelp leaves. A lot of different kinds of seaweed are good for this, but I think kelp is the yummiest. Seaweed is really good. It has a lot of iodine in it, and it's good for the thyroid. I'm putting a lot in there because I love it. So you're gonna take the leaves off and set those to the side, and then yours is a bit more clean. So you might want to clean up the outside of that a little bit, but you just want to chop it. Mm-hmm.
Like take some of it.
Yeah. Okay. And here's some more knives if you need something different to peel it. So we're just gonna chop the root up, put it in the water. I'm gonna add some of these shiitake stems, and I'm gonna add a bunch of shiitake to it. This is a really wonderful immune broth. It's wonderful. You would not believe how filling it is. The springtime is a better time for digging the roots. And I use this miso soup for breakfast in the springtime, and it holds me, like I feel really full until lunch, doing a lot of work. It's kind of amazing that something so simple can fill you up. You were talking about hunger, you know. So much of our food these days is really empty. It's empty of vitality, it's empty of nutrition, and so, yeah. Burdock is a diuretic. So the first couple days that I tried doing this, I was running through the bathroom like constantly, and I realized that the burdock was really cleaning me out. So what kind of conditions would be good? What do you need diuretics for?
High blood pressure.
Yeah, to get that water off your body. But it's good in the springtime. A lot of people like to do just a general tonic, you know, to clean yourself out. It's good to do anytime. We have a lot of toxicity in our world. So we're just throwing all these stems in here. You could use maitake mushrooms. You could use, you know, any kind of mushroom really. The shiitake, the maitake, the reishi, which is over there. I'm not going to use that in the broth. Pat donated some reishi mushroom to our cause today. All right, if you just want to add it to, did a great job. Everybody see?
So I thought I heard you refer to peeling. You actually always peel your burdock?
No, I just wanted to clean it up. It was pretty gnarly.
Okay.
I kind of roughed it up with a shovel, and it was just pretty scrappy out there. You know, this is a broth, so I'm not that worried. It's good. We're going to strain it. All right, so we're going to set that on there, and in a little while, we'll strain it out, and we'll add some miso to it, and we'll have some lovely soup to snack on. So the other decoction I want to do you have a question?
Yeah, the burdock, if you were to, say, misview it or whatever, is there anything else that looks like it that you really wouldn't want to use? That would be in our area? You would know whether it'd have a root or not.
Yeah, I mean, you would definitely want to be comfortable identifying things. So I would say don't go out there, you know, and just try to identify it, especially this time of year. If you're watching your garden, then you'll see it has a very distinctive flower. You'll be paying attention to this. Yeah, be careful. Don't just go and you know, something like comfrey and foxglove look very, very similar, and foxglove can be very dangerous. So I don't think that there's anything that looks exactly like burdock, but you want to be careful. And we can pass the leaf around. Would you mind?
Where do you want this?
Oh, we need to start here, I'll start a compost bucket. Would you mind passing that leaf around? Thank you. If you want to pass that around, I'll start a compost bucket. So the other decoction that we're going to do with some roots is an adaptogen. Super yummy. Do you mind cleaning those up? Would you just rinse those up? A real yummy decoction. And I'm going to add some milk and honey to it. I brought some coconut milk in case anybody is vegan. We don't have to add milk and honey. But before we do that, I want to talk a little bit about solvents because the milk made me think of that. So up here, you see a lot of different kinds of things. You see some suspicious looking clear stuff in a jug, and that is moonshine. That's the stereotypical thing. It's in a Carlo Rossi bottle. I like to make mountain medicine with moonshine. That's my favorite. Good moonshine. And of course, we want to just change the subject. You just need some clean liquor. There's witch hazel. We use that as a solvent. Rubbing alcohol can be used. Vinegar, milk, oil, molasses, honey, glycerin, butter. There's so many different solvents for these. And how are you going to know which one to use? You're going to be curious and you're going to investigate it. And it's depending on what you want. So like for burdock, for the root, we want to use the root and we want to make a decoction. We want to use it as a food. Well, the leaf, we're going to want to do an oil extraction and put it on our bodies. So the leaf is going into oil, and we're having an oil extraction because the end result is an ointment for our skin. The water is because we're making a soup. I'm going to show you something else. If you're going to use liquor, which one? Is that burdock? Oh, that's hawthorn. It doesn't matter. I'm going to stick with the burdock, yeah. If you want to use liquor, vodka is pretty clean. Some people like brandy, but you want to use a good brandy. Don't skimp on that. It's going to taste kind of bad. So this is a tincture, and it's made with liquor or moonshine or vodka and water. So why is there alcohol and water in there? Why not just alcohol? Anybody know? So plants are the most fascinating labs in the world. Nothing that humans can do can really compare with the diversity and the ingenuity of plants. Plants are constantly synthesizing an array of compounds. These compounds help the plant with its own vitality or defense against insects or diseases. Plants cannot run away to change their situation. They have to change it right where they are. They make compounds, chemical compounds, and these chemical compounds are the medicine that we use, aside from the vitality, which we can't measure yet with science. So these compounds are soluble in different solvents. Oil-soluble compounds, vinegar, or kind of an acid base, alcohol, water. That's why we use alcohol and water to make a tincture, because we're getting all of the water-soluble compounds and the alcohol-soluble compounds. And the alcohol also acts as a preservative. So when you start to really get so excited about this and you want to tincture everything, because you will, unless you're really rich, you're going to have to start thinking about how much liquor you're buying, because liquor is expensive. So fortunately, you will be pleased to know that every plant and different plant parts have a different requirement. Like some of them are mostly water soluble. So the alcohol is only extracting a small profile of those compounds. Think about the chemistry of a plant as being a rainbow of different kinds of things, different compounds. And over here on this end is like water soluble, and then alcohol soluble, and then fat soluble. Think about it like that. So when you're making a tincture, you're getting a pretty wide range of those compounds. And a lot of them prefer to dissolve into water. So in that case, you don't need very much alcohol. You really just need about 20% of this jar of the solvent to be alcohol. So that's cheaper for you. Some things that are highly resinous, like myrrh resin, or kava, those have a high, they want to go into alcohol more. Those compounds want to go into alcohol more. So you have to use more like a 75% alcohol, 25% water. Yeah?
I drink moderately expensive potato vodka. Can you use really cheap green vodka?
I was just reading last night in this book, and he says, I think, oh yeah, this one. He says that by law, their vodka makers have to make vodka the same. So it doesn't matter. You can get cheap vodka, expensive vodka, it's all kind of made the same.
Does it matter if it comes from potato or grain?
Yeah, no. I mean, you can geek out on it, and you can get real, you can do just certified organic, grape alcohol. And the more that, we don't even want to go into GMO land right now, but that's worth mentioning. Potatoes are genetically modified, I think. So you can get certified organic alcohol. But anyway, that's just something to think about. We can't go into this too much. I will try to mention today, as we're doing different things, like this one is more water soluble or this one is more alcohol soluble, but it's something to look up. If you can find a company that's making extracts, on their bottle they might have, they might tell you how much alcohol is in it. So you can just get that information. A company is only going to use how much alcohol they have to extract the plant. So you can sort of cheat and just look and see how much they're doing.
I missed, what was in that one? Is that burdock?
This is burdock. So this is a tincture that I made from the root. Look how creamy it is. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what that says to me, this creamy, this is like a precipitation. When something goes, when a more resinous or fatty kind of a thing goes into water, it will precipitate, turns milky. That's telling me alcohol. This thing needs alcohol. But I also know that making a decoction with just water is very effective too. So maybe it's just pulling something else out. Elecampane. Do y'all see the little jar? It's a pint jar of elecampane over there. If you want to shake that up and you can pass that around if you want. Elecampane has those compounds that precipitate in water. Some people have told me that there's actually, when they put it in water, it turned kind of green.
So you'd put just a little alcohol in there?
You would put more alcohol. Yeah. Yeah. Resins want to go into alcohol or fat. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
how long did you let that sit to get, use the burdock root and alcohol?
I leave my material in the solvent for a long time. You only need to let it sit for a couple weeks. Different people have done studies and said you can, after about 2 weeks of shaking it fairly frequently, you want to kind of walk by it every day and shake it. After 2 weeks, it should have gotten everything out. I have seen in my own experience that the longer I leave it there, the darker it becomes. So I tend to leave mine in for longer than 2 weeks.
And do you keep it in the dark?
Yeah, I keep it out of direct sunlight. At my house now, I don't have a closet kind of like that, big enough for my apothecary. So I just keep it in a place where the sunlight never hits it directly. If you can, it's best to keep any of these materials, whether it's a tincture or just the raw material, dried in a colored glass to keep the sunlight off them and keep them in the dark. Yeah, sunlight will degrade them. Okay, so let's do a decoction for a tea, not a soup. And we are gonna do, let me just pick from all these. You can see I got these guys from the co-op. They have an amazing apothecary there. I've been using that for years and years. I think that was everything. Let me just look. What's that? You know, and I had to go to the dump today, and I had like all this liquor in the car. I was looking pretty contraband there. Okay, so if you could please carefully, would y'all be okay putting water in here? We want to fill that up. Okay. Do you want? That's not hot. Yeah.
How much do you want?
Up to between this bolt and that bolt.
Okay.
Okay, so it is better to keep the herbs covered somewhat. I'm going to tell you a story. There's a woman named Rosita Arvigo, and she teaches Mayan spiritual healing. And they do a spiritual bath. Yeah, that'd be great. And I'm actually, let's see how much is left in here. They do decoctions of their herbs for the spiritual bath, and they were wondering, because they also like to do sun tea, they were wondering, where does the spirit of the plant go when it's being cooked? Like, it can't be in this hot water. And they were just wondering, and that night one of them had a dream, and she saw the spirit of the plant like a grandmother just hovering in the steam above the pot, and when it cooled off, she went back in it, which I think is neat. Do you mind putting that on and turning it back on? We're going to go through a lot of water. We're going to be going to the bathroom a lot. That's fine. Okay. That's plenty. Okay.
On the back burner?
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great. I'll move this one right here. Okay. If anybody, it can go in the front, that's okay. So I'm going to pass these things around before we put them in so that you can kind of get an idea for how they smell. Do you mind passing those that way? And then we'll go the other way. So what we're going to be using here are some roots. You'll notice one of them is a powder. It was the only way I could get it. It's maca, M-A-C-A. It's Lepidium mayeni. It's a Peruvian herb. It's a root. It looks a little bit like a radish. It grows at very high altitudes. Obviously, it's Peruvian. I've tried to grow this from seed many times. Maca is an amazing adaptogen, and it's really good for infertility, for stress, most libido issues. It's often listed as an aphrodisiac, but it's really, most issues with libido have to do with being overly stressed. So maca is good for stress. It's a food herb. You can use it often. The other one is astragalus. Doesn't that astragalus smell so good? It smells so sweet. What you're doing right now is called organoleptic analysis. You didn't know you were so fancy. Organoleptic analysis is using the senses to evaluate the quality of the material. Do you remember when you passed that lemon balm around? Could y'all tell a difference? So one smelled really vibrant and the other did not. And I think the only difference is that I believe that one was chopped a long time ago and it just lost all its volatile oils. So astragalus is a traditional Chinese medicine. It's a tonic. This is one that you want to incorporate into your soups and stews in the wintertime. When you're making a broth, put that astragalus in there. You can just make a tea with it. Astragalus has an affinity for water. So if you're going to make an extract with that, you don't need very much alcohol, 20-25%. That way is coming rhodiola rosea. It is a Siberian herb. The root is used. This is an amazing adaptogen. Do we know what adaptogens are? They help support your adrenal system. They help you deal with stress. They help you stay well. Adaptogens are like the foundation of herbal medicine in a lot of ways. They are the closest to food in a kind of a spectrum. So adaptogens can be used a lot, frequently. They can be used like food in a sense. And the other one is called tianmendong, or it can be also called shatavari. Tianmendong is its pinyin name, Chinese name, and shatavari is its Ayurvedic name. It's asparagus root, but it also supports your kidneys and helps with stress and things like that. So we're going to make a really yummy decoction of these herbs. When they're done, if you could bring them back to me and I'll put them in the pot. I'll take those, Hal. We'll go ahead and get them going.
Fast, I tasted some of the maca, so.
Oh, good.
Stand back.
No, I put this with the bones. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. You want to keep that going as long. It's okay to do like a long, slow simmer on them.
All right.
Okay. So I'm going to get these going. Okay. So this is the way that I cook. I cook with my hands and just kind of measuring things in a very non-specific way. I don't like to measure level off a tablespoon or anything like that. That's not the way that I do things. I usually will throw something in the palm of my hand, which is actually, this is a way of measuring. There's words for that. And I'm pretty good about getting a tablespoon and a teaspoon in my hand. Whoops. Yeah, we're going to use it all. That herb just made fun of me. Hi, Micah. I usually do it very intuitively. You can do it the way you want. It would stress me out to just try to measure it exactly. That's just not who I am. So I'm just going to put a lot in there. Okay, so I just did about 2 palmfuls of the maca. I'm doing about 1 palmful of the astragalus, because there's a lot of us. And I'll do a little bit more, because that didn't feel like quite enough. With these adaptogens, they're so much like food that you don't have to be as careful about measuring. I'm going to do a big handful of rhodiola. By the way, rhodiola is being over-harvested. We have to be really careful with this one. It's such special medicine. Such special medicine. Combined with ashwagandha, which is Withenia somnifera, it's an Ayurvedic herb, and tulsi, holy basil. Those 3 together, I call them the holy trinity of sanity. Those 3 together will help you with stress like nothing I've ever experienced. It calms you down immediately, really centers you, opens your heart, grounds you, and this makes you feel like everything's going to be okay.
Repeat that again. What 3?
Rhodiola, ashwagandha, and tulsi, holy basil. Mm-hmm.
Any of the tulsis?
Yeah, I mean the Krishna tulsi variety is supposed to be the most potent one. I have preferred, I'm putting a whole handful of the shatavari in there too. I have preferred the Rama variety for my own self, but Jackie really likes the Krishna variety, so I'm giving it another chance. Do y'all know holy basil? Yeah, good. Okay, so now we have our decoction, our root decoction for the tea going on. And I was supposed to start with this, and I apologize for not doing that. I hope that we'll have enough time for it. So I was thinking about you guys in August, and I picked a bunch of elderberry, and I saved them in my freezer so we can make syrup. Have you ever done that?
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah? Made elderberry syrup? Good. Have y'all?
By the dry though, because I haven't gone out and harvested the fresh. So
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, elderberry syrup. I use elderberry syrup all winter long. It's my go-to medicine. Hal's sitting beside my jar right there. That's what's keeping me well. Look how good I feel. See? I was like, Hal had the flu, my son had the flu, everybody had the flu. And I was like, I'm teaching a herbal medicine making class on Saturday. If I'm sick, I'm going to be like the worst false advertising. Can you? I'm like, I got to stay well. Because for me, you know, thank you. I'm a single mom, and it's really helpful to have somebody around saying, take your medicine, take your medicine. So I have to do that for myself. And that's the hardest part of herbal medicine for me, is remembering to take my remedies. It's really weird. So we're going to make some elderberry syrup. I've been making elderberry syrup for 8 years from elderberries from around here. And I have figured out a lot of cool tricks. So I'm really happy to share it with you. So the first thing that we're going to do to make elderberry syrup, we can all be up here. When you gather the elderberries are ripe at the end of July through August, if you're lucky. You can go ahead and just start throwing them in the freezer. I finally figured this out. I would try to I was processing the syrup while the berries were ripe, and I was missing a lot of the ripe berries. And I make a lot of syrup, like many cases of these jars, cases and cases and cases of it, because I feel like it's my duty to provide people with elderberry syrup. So anyway, I have these in the freezer. I already weighed it. It's 3.5 pounds of berries. Can somebody tell me how much this pot weighs?
4.5.
Okay, 4.5 pounds. So let's just remember that. I'm sure one of us will remember that. Because when the decoction is finished, I'm going to weigh it to see how much sugar to add. So we just put the berries, fresh, frozen, dried, in the pot. I have heard that freezing the berries makes them more potent. So I thought that was pretty cool. So we just put them in the pot and cover them with water. And we're going to cook them down. So this will probably be the last thing that we do, is process the syrup. And hopefully we can at least get, can somebody turn that down for me, please? Look how happy that is. That's that maca. It like jumped out of the bag. It's trying to jump out of the pot. I think it's the other. Okay, the one in the back is off now. They're real tricky. Yes. Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Okay, so we're just covering these berries, and we're going to simmer them for a while. So that's all that we need to say about that for right now. I don't understand this thing.
Nobody understands.
Okay.
Oh, good.
That's just really annoying.
Like, wow.
Do they just click the whole time?
Well, no, once you get them going, you can usually back it off. But they take, because when they're going to light, you have to see their
Partner isn't close enough to
Totally.
All right. So it looks like our decoction is almost ready here. Are y'all ready to taste some yummy stuff? That's so annoying.
That is very annoying, I agree.
Okay, we're just not going to use that.
Good. Okay.
Okay. We are cooking now. Are y'all starting to get hot? I'm getting hot. How are you getting hot over there? Yeah. So let's get some. So we're gonna put some miso in. Are y'all okay with that? Everybody okay with miso? We're gonna let that cool down a little bit before we put the miso in. I'm gonna do a little juggling because of the clicking stove here. Okay. Why don't we, if anybody wants to come up here and just kind of smell stuff, you can come, I mean, this is part of it. Come and see, stir if you want. I'll put spoons in there while we get the cups. Is that okay? If you were curious, come on up and check it out. Let's put these over here because I'm going to let them smell stuff and while we get this set up. Thanks, Pat.
Sure.
Okay, so we're just gonna, this is a cool little strainer. You're probably used to this for soup broths. And I guess that'll work for us. Just strain it out. At my house, I would have probably let this go for a while longer. I might simmer it for 45 minutes. But it has a really good color to it, so I'm fine with straining it and drinking it.
What was that word again? What?
Organoleptic. Do you mind holding? Yeah, just hold the. I think I really need seaweed because it smells so good to me. Did it smell good to you? So good. Doesn't it? Okay, so I'm not just crazy.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
I'm not just crazy. I'm more than crazy.
I would say that.
Right?
One of the two.
Yeah, right? You guys need seaweed too. I think a lot of us do. I think we're so low in our minerals. I think we have such a depleted diet. Okay. I'm adding miso to it. I'm going to kind of do it to taste, I think. So I'm probably going to add, I have a half a pint here. I'll probably add a third of it, so maybe like 2 ounces.
And what about temperature? Where do you think that it's safe to add it not in the probiotic?
I mean, it's got to be like body temperature, really. What do you think?
I think anywhere below 130 should probably be okay.
Uh-huh. Do you have a thermometer? Do y'all know what he's talking about with miso? Pat, why don't you tell them about what you're talking about?
Miso, what's so cool about it is it has all these probiotics, all these, results of life that are really good for you. But if you go ahead and use it at temperatures over 100 and basically 132, 132 is the required temperature to make compost safe. That's because all that might get killed at that time. So you want to be below. I'd actually shoot for 120 myself. When I add it in my food at home, I take my food off the burner, go ahead and get a few other little tasks done, let it cool down slightly, and then mix it in. So I'm getting, and once it's temperature to cook with it, you're losing most of the benefit when you cook with it. It's very active.
Yeah.
I would often under the impression that you never put meat on metal. Just want to ask about that.
I don't know.
Because it doesn't absorb the metal, so if you put it in, or I don't know.
Would it depend what kind of metal? I mean, what kind of pots are these?
These are stainless, but
Yeah.
they've been scratched, so that means that there can be some availability of things like chromium and stuff like that. You know?
We could pour the broth into cups, and then you can add the miso to taste if
You're
you
gonna
want.
have to that because right now it's 160.
Uh-huh.
If you want to get it,
Yeah.
down,
Yeah,
why don't
we do that, and then everybody can add it to taste, because some people like the taste of miso and want a lot, and it's a little bit more salty. Who uses miso here? Okay.
Once a day.
Yeah. So so maybe what we can do, if somebody can help, we can have maybe a couple people ladle into these. We could add a little bit of cold water to that.
Yeah,
I think that would be fine.
That'll bring it right
Here's
down.
a plastic, yeah. Bring that down. So let's,
Everybody knows not to put hot stuff in plastic, right?
Yes.
yeah, there's 2 ladles in case that. Thank y'all so much for helping. Okay, so while we're doing that, I'm going to make sure that we have everything cooking that needs to cook. I'm going to make an infusion. Yeah.
Where are you getting the miso?
Gary, miso?
Yeah, where do you get? Only because I know with like the soy and everything like that, 99.9% of all soy
Right.
is GMO. So
There's a company out of Asheville. They've been making miso for a long time. It's the Miso Man or something. Pat, who makes miso in town?
Miso Master.
Miso Master.
A long time.
Yeah.
It's all organic. They're a great company.
Yeah.
Not in town, I think they're down the road.
Yeah, it's not GMO. Mm-hmm.
And there's a girl that makes it locally too. They go to the co-op. It will come to you. She's teaching her.
Nice. Okay. Did you add a little bit of cold water to that? No?
So they
Okay.
just put it in their cups and cool it down like
Okay,
this when they
yeah,
drink it.
that'll work. Okay. Okay, so we're going to be working with some fresh plant material next, and I have a few plantain plants that we're going to be working with. They need to be rinsed off a little bit, so if anybody is not familiar with the plantain plant and you would like to work with it fresh so that you can know it a little bit more, I have a number of them up there. Who is not familiar with plantain? Okay, so you all definitely want to come up and wash a plantain. If you just want to take turns, okay, these are the plantains. So just take one.
Is it like a weed that you would?
Yeah, I got it out. You can take that over there. There you go. And I'm going to put that on the stove. Just rinse all that dirt off. It needs to be super, super clean.
Are you putting this pot on the stove?
Yeah.
I don't want to get dirt in it.
Yeah, right over there. Thank you. All right.
We have this much left.
Oh, good. Okay, well,
Should I top it off?
yeah,
Did you
yeah,
wanna
that'd be
use it
great. No, let's lose it up. Yeah.
Put them in kind of a line because I'm going to top each one off a little bit more.
So folks, the temperature is pretty good. By the time you get it, get the miso in it.
Do you have smaller spoons than this?
We are really spoon.
You know, I have had a spoon problem all year.
It's been a bad spoon year. You know?
It's really been a bad spoon year.
May 2016 bring more spoons into your life.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think it probably says that on the Chinese calendar.
You know, not every year can be a spoon year, you know?
Some years are fourth years, I get it.
Okay, so the broth is ready, and you just want to take your miso, just put a little bit in. There's not a lot of broth in the cup, so, you know, don't put a whole lot of miso in. I would say a dab.
So it's going to have to be shared. You know, like K through 3, and they're really good at using the spoons for things other than food, you know?
Yeah, there, I'll put all of those there. There were more spoons. I just grabbed those. Look how many spoons there are. It's tons.
Well, actually, this is a lot more, but there won't be enough for the meal. We've had that
No,
my house and get spoons before.
Yeah. There's not enough spoons for everyone to drink your broth with the spoon. That's why it's in a mug.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you didn't drink from the cup, so it's fine. Actually, best practice might be to stir your cup for a minute.
It's easy to see it like in the grass and stuff.
The hookahs, are you the one who taught us how to make hookahs?
No.
Hookahs concoction?
No. Cool.
They just have you boil or soak a lot of vegetables and mix them for 2 months.
Okay.
But listening to you talk, I wonder if you have water in
Oh yeah. I never heard of that. Yay, thank you.
How do you find out which things you need water for and which things you need alcohol for?
I mean, if you, there's something over there. You know what? That's a really good question, and I'll address the group when everybody sits down.
Wash this with soap or just rinse it out?
You can just rinse it out, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, after class I'm going to need some spelling for this stuff. I've just been kind of winging it.
Uh-huh.
Wait, what happened? The water's not coming.
Oh, it got turned off back
off.
here.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to turn it back on, and then that's the hot water is not on anymore, I don't think. There's a couple more plantains up here that need to be washed. If you haven't worked with plantain before, you want to come up and rinse one off. These are the clean ones. So here's a small one, here's a large one. And that's clean. The soup? Yeah, yeah. It's gonna, that's gonna hold us. It's Miso Man. Yeah, it's the red one. They do. The French Broad Co-op or the Hendersonville Co-op carries it. Yeah.
Did you get your meat
Here you go. Did you get miso yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
What kind of miso is it?
It's the Miso Man, red miso. Yeah.
I'm going to be heading out.
Okay.
Meredith should be here by 3:30 at the latest.
Okay. So I'm going to be using a lot of the stoves. Is that going to be?
The trick is, I'll write the number down. 2, 2, 2, 6. 3 2s and a 6, right?
Okay.
Hit that on the keypad over here. You see the keypad by the fire extinguisher?
Okay.
On the wall? Do that once, and then do it again, and that'll turn the alarm off. But if you set the alarm off, the fire department will be here, you know? It's just, you can't.
Okay,
I mean,
well, she'll do that, right?
Oh, yeah, right, Asha can do that part, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can throw the windows open and stuff too, and then we might want to just, it's nice out, maybe if we open one of these, we can prevent that happening.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do that.
Okay.
get that miso?
Where did I get it? The French Broad Food Co-op.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Does it start in the yard or in a container?
It's in a plastic container. Yeah.
I need to get some.
There's. I like the white one. They have like a. It's like a garbanzo bean miso. It's real mild and sweet, but I like the red one too. Oh, good. There we go. It's red miso from the Miso Man. I think whatever one tastes best to you. Some of them are more salty or more pungent or more strong. I like the mild ones.
Isn't there a garbanzo?
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I do. Yeah, and there's a barley one. It's not all soy.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm super new to this. Do you
Okay.
mind defining decoction and infusion?
Okay, so a decoction is typically used for roots, and you simmer it for about 20 minutes or more. Simmered. And an infusion, Infusion is you steep herbs you pour boiling water and steep them. They're not in the pot stewing.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then that's the kind of thing where you would leave it for a couple of weeks.
Oh no, 15 minutes. Just let it. So that's like when you have your teapot, you put your herbs in, pour the hot water, let it sit for a few minutes, and then and then you've got your tea. We're gonna do that in a minute.
With that open like that, I'm sure you won't have a problem.
Yeah.
That should be enough,
Okay.
Can you spell astragalus?
What's that?
Astragalus or how?
Astragalus. Astragalus. And that's its Latin name.
Okay. And then was it Cadavari?
Shatavari.
Yeah.
SHA.
We are just brutally destroying all of these.
No, that's okay.
SHA.
TABARI.
Okay, I'll change that. Most of the time I do it in how it sounds to me.
Yeah.
Phonetically? Phonetic, yes, phonetic. Astragalus.
Yeah.
So you did explain it to me.
There's
So
an
the
upside to
difference
everything, right?
of the decoction is it's simmered in hot water for 20 minutes more.
Give me that. There's the other one for the stress. I don't even know what I write it down.
Ashwagandha.
Write it down.
Okay, yeah. You know what? I'm about to talk about ashwagandha. Okay, ashwagandha. I think it's like that, or it might be ashwagandha. That's it. DHA.
Putting it on my feet, that attracts me.
But you're only supposed to. That's the Latin. Hespera. Okay, I should maybe write this on it. Sleep is a big problem. No, she needs it too, and she wants it too. Let me see if I can find a little.
Well, I don't want to steal one of your last pieces of fancy paper. Here, you can write on this.
Here we go.
Too late.
Okay, so ashwagandha root powder. He has, what's your name? Jeremy. Decoction, add milk and sandalwood powder. Saffron would be good too. You need sattvic things.
Sorry,
Sattvic.
Sattvic? What's that mean?
It means calming. Lotus seeds. You need to calm down.
Yeah, well, so do we all. I grew up in New York City. We talk faster there.
Ashwagandha is going to calm you down.
Okay.
And then you know about jacaranda.
Yeah, we'll write it down there.
I don't know how to spell it. I just...
Jacarands.
Okay.
Hey.
That oil.
I don't know about it. I just heard it.
So you're just supposed to put a drop on the soles of your feet. One drop, drink your tea, and pray to the angels that you have a good night's sleep.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so we were just having a bit of a conversation around sleeplessness, which seems to be pretty epidemic in our society. So I want to talk about that in a second. But first, tell me what your experience was from drinking this broth. Satisfying? Yeah.
It reminds me of chicken broth.
Yeah.
Kind of savory and light, but good.
But with some depth, with some meat to it, kind of? Yeah. What else?
It just tastes nutrient dense.
Mm-hmm.
Nourishing.
Nourishing, yeah. Could you taste the burdock? Did you taste a new kind of a flavor? I could taste the burdock really strongly, but I'm pretty familiar with it, so I just wondered. Great. Well, I'm glad you liked it. See, and we hardly even put anything in there, and it tasted so good.
Do you have a name for it?
Dashi, the Japanese call the broth for miso dashi. I don't know if, so some herbs have, I just want to point out what's happening over here. Some herbs have a lot of vitality, like that maca. It looked like I just spilled it, but I wasn't just clumsy. It kind of jumped out of the bag and it was about to jump out of the pot. And elderberry is always ready to jump out of the pot. And when I open my jars, I hot water bath them. When I open them, it jumps out of the jar. I swear I spill it every single time. There's just something about it, which is, it just seems like it's part of its personality. And you think, how can something jump without legs? I don't know, but it does it. So the elderberry is ready to jump out of the pot too. All right, so I just added some more water to that broth, and I'm simmering it a little bit, and we'll see if it's able to go again, because I would have cooked that for longer at home.
Can you say what was in that one again?
In the soup, in the dashi, it has kelp and shiitake and burdock, and then we put red miso in, and it was so good. Okay, so everybody has your cup now. In a minute, we're going to have some of this tea, the Adaptogen tea. So our friend was just asking, and then a couple of people overheard and wanted to hear the same thing. He has chronic insomnia, sleeplessness. This seems really epidemic. So some of the herbs that I put into this tea, the rhodiola can be very calming. I mentioned ashwagandha, but I did not bring any ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is spelled ASHWAGANDHA. It's an Ayurvedic herb. It's a root. And it's kind of like the masculine counterpart to the shatavari. And shatavari is SHATAVARI. So shatavari is, one of its names is she who possesses 100 husbands. And it's used for libido and things like that. But it's just really, these adaptogens, we're about to have this tea, these adaptogens are supporting the foundation of your health. They're supporting the functioning of your adrenal system. Your adrenal system is how you respond to stress. If you are always feeding yourself, nourishing yourself, the Chinese call this essence that is really what we are always drawing from, it's called Jing, J-I-N-G. And before I became vegetarian, I used to make a beef bone broth with some of these the kelp and the shiitake and different things like that, and I called it jing juice because I felt like it really nourished me. And now that I'm vegetarian, I'm using more like mushrooms, seaweed, and nettles. And these other herbs like ashwagandha and shatavari. So if you are vegetarian or not, bringing these medicines into your daily life as a food, so that it's imperceptible. Are they medicine or are they food? To support your foundational health, so that you can handle adversity, you can handle constantly being bombarded and pulled in many different directions. We live in a really amazing world where there's so much opportunity and technology. We're learning how to figure that out. It's stressful. A lot of us lose sleep. So I was recommending to our friend who had to leave early, doing ashwagandha, doing a decoction with ashwagandha, and you can put some lotus seeds, the seeds of the lotus plant. You can find these in like an Asian food market, or the co-op has them. In Chinese medicine, it's called lianzi, Lianzi, lotus seeds. You can put those into your decoction. You can also just take a handful of lotus seeds. If you're making rice, just throw a handful in with your rice. Cook your rice exactly the same, on the stove. And they'll cook up with your rice, and they're this nice little nutty kind of flavor. So it's a way of getting the herbs into your diet, But it's very calming. It's called sattvic, which is it's very calming to the mind. And a lot of times we're having a hard time sleeping because our mind is going. So you can do things, shatavari is a good one too, for calming down like that. But you can make a decoction, and then you can use milk. Milk is very calming to the system. A little bit of saffron, pinch of saffron in milk with a tiny bit of sandalwood powder. I don't know what sandalwood is endangered. It's very hard to get sandalwood, and I don't know what we're gonna do without sandalwood. But it's very calming to the mind. You put a little bit of sandalwood powder in that, and that should help you relax enough that you can sleep. There's a lot of different reasons why we have sleep disorders, and I find that Chinese medicine is really good at addressing them.
So when you're using milk, are you saying to decoct those things just in milk? Or
You can use milk as a solvent. It's a little bit too much trouble for me. I mean, I prefer to do it on a double boiler because it gets all kind of funky otherwise. I'll just do like half tea and add milk to it to kind of cool it down. But milk is a wonderful solvent, because it has fat. You have to use whole milk. Okay, so do we have any questions up to this point on spelling or anything like that? We had a number of people.
What did you call that tea? You called it sattvic?
Sattvic, S-A-T-V-I-C. In Ayurveda, there's this concept of energy, like food or medicine that works on a kind of a lower chakra or a higher chakra. So our chakras start at the base of our spine and go up to the crown of our head. And generally when we're up in this region, in the chakras, this is more like peaceful. And when we're in the lower, it's more passionate. So that's called rajasic, R-A-J-A-S-I-C. Is that how you spell that? If I had a board, I could. Anyway, so garlic, spicy foods are rajasic, and I'm putting my hands down here, they're going to work down here. Sattvic are going to work up here. So when you're having a hard time sleeping, you want to be up here. You want to be calming.
What was the other word for shatavari?
Oh, its pinyin name is Tien Men Dong. I believe it's T-I-E-N is the first one, M-E-N, D-O-N-G. And shatavari and tamindong are very similar, but they seem to be processed a little bit differently. But you could use them very similarly. Okay, so I'm letting this tea decoct a little bit more, and where some of us are still finishing, I'm still trying to finish my dashi. I'm going to do a very simple extraction. This is super easy. How many of us are here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 10, 15, 16, 17 students. I want to send you all home with some samples of these things that we're going to make today. I don't have enough. You can't take one of everything. So if something is really calling to you, there's going to be lots of different things. I have lots of tinctures. We'll be straining out some tinctures, and we're going to make some salve. Right now, we're going to make some. This is such an easy thing to make. This will kind of introduce us to extractions. We're going to make an extract with witch hazel. So this is for external use only. Not going to be taking this one internally. Witch hazel is an astringent, and it's also a solvent. This has a little bit of alcohol in it too for its own preservative. And we're going to be using some plantain. Plantago lanceolata is the one that we got. Plantain grows abundantly in this area, and we can use plantain for a number of different things. And I do want to talk about some of those things because this is such special medicine that we have in abundance here. So I was talking about rhodiola and sandalwood are endangered. Some plants we are given in abundance, and we should be using them in abundance. Some plants we are not given as much. They are slow growing. They produce a small amount. American ginseng, for example, it just takes a long time to grow, doesn't produce a lot. We need to be more cautious and not use that like every single day. Plantain grows everywhere in such abundance, and it's useful for so many different things. So plantain is an astringent. Are we familiar with astringent? Astringent, think tonify the tissues. So if you're having kind of sluggish digestion, your food's kind of sitting there, maybe you're having loose stools, different things like that, you need to tonify the digestive system. And bitters, like there's different formulas that you can make called bitters that are using different bitter roots that you take before you eat. That'll help you to tonify your digestion. Our digestive tract has a lot of mucous membranes. Our respiratory tract, a lot of mucous membranes. Urinary tract, a lot of mucous membranes. We have a lot of mucous membranes in our body. So a lot of the herbs that we are needing are tonifying to the mucous membranes, and plantain is excellent for that. So we're going to be making a tincture with this, and this is kind of like a liniment. So what do y'all usually use plantain for, those of you that know it? Bee stings, spider bites. Anything else? It's excellent for all kinds of skin healing, yep. Any of you use it internally?
Yeah. I've made a salve with it.
Make a salve? Nice. Plantain is an excellent remedy for colds and coughs. What's so wonderful about plantain is balancing. If you're too dry, if your mucous membranes are too dry, it can bring moisture to them. If they're too wet and you have a lot of mucus, it can dry you out. Urinary tract problems, if you're having stones or if you have some inflammation, soothing to the mucous membranes. This plant can pretty much go anywhere in the body and help you. So we want to make everything with this. We want to make a salve with it, a liniment, an extract, tea. We want to do everything with it. So what we're going to do for the liniment is we're just going to use the leaves. For the extract, we're going to use the leaves and the roots. And if anybody who would like to come and experiment with chopping it up. We can take turns, okay? So, yeah, y'all are the, I know. This is the compost pile. Here's your things. So let's just do, we kind of did need more plantain. You were right. Let's just put, you're just going to be chopping up the leaves. So what we want to do, remember when I was talking about you want to use whole plants? You don't want it to be all chopped up because it can oxidize. When it's time for you to make your medicine, you want to chop it up. You want to dice it. You want it to be very finely chopped or powdered or whatever. So here we go. We have the rhizomes of the plantain. We have the upper part. For the liniment, we're just going to use the upper part. Chop it. Liniment, L-I-N-I-M-E-N-T. We're going to save this. Yeah, we're going to make a tincture with it. So just chop up, just do one plant each and then put the rhizome back there. Each one of you put your greens in a jar.
Just this one plant?
Yeah, just the leaves of that one plant. The reason why you want to chop it up so finely is you want to maximize the surface area that's exposed to the solvent. So you're going to chop it up so that that solvent, whatever it is, if it's water, if it's alcohol, if it's an oil, can really penetrate into that material entirely and pull all that medicine out. So that's what we're doing. So they're going to work hard and chop that up. Have you guys all finished your soup? Okay. Yes? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, plantain is very water soluble. It'll go into oil, it'll go into witch hazel. It's a pretty easy one. You don't need a lot of alcohol to extract it. I want to share a book. That looks great. I'll bring it around there. Did I already get Matthew Wood's Herbal over here? Matthew Wood wrote this wonderful, there it is. Wrote this wonderful herbal called The Book of Herbal Wisdom. And he talks about plantain in here, and it's very useful. Talks about using it for teeth and gums. He relates a story where a woman had a terrible abscess on like a holiday weekend and couldn't get in to the dentist. And she was able to put the plantain in where the abscess was, and it pulled out like a caterpillar-sized chunk of pus. Gross, I know, but you want it out of your body, not in. And so plantain is amazing. It's drawing. It'll draw it out. If you have a splinter, if you have some kind of a spider bite or something, bee sting, anything, plantain is going to draw it out. And that's wonderful. Yeah, let's do it a little bit more even. Yeah, please. Let's do a little bit. Yeah, that's great.
More in this one, or just even?
Let's try to do it even. We'll even those out.
More of this one, or just even this out?
Just even them, yeah, because I want to be sure to make some extract too. Okay. So, so look into plantain and keep your mind open about it. Yes.
So, what's the best solvent to use for that? Because I know you said you can make it in like an oil and using all those different things. What's best
It depends on what you want to use it for, really. So if you have, it's really good for hemorrhoids, this liniment that we're making. So anything external that you need to really like have an astringent effect on, a bee sting, hemorrhoids, different things like that, you will use witch hazel, okay? And if you just want to cover, you can each do this, just kind of cover that herb pretty well.
Okay.
You can fill it about halfway. Fill each jar about halfway. Right, so if you have some kind of a wound, a cut, something that needs a little bit more like nourishing rather than astringent, you would use an oil.
So that's for like infection based, where this is more like, I guess, more like external.
Well, I'm thinking hemorrhoids, I'm thinking bee stings, spider bites, something that, yeah, it's inflamed and it needs to, like, you want to shrink it, you want to cool it off. You can keep this in the refrigerator so that it's nice and cool. If you have like a cut that needs to be, and maybe the cut is a little bit dirty, you couldn't get all the dirt out, you can use a plantain salve on that. She used the leaf, the fresh leaf. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you are having, if you have a bronchitis or something like that, or urinary tract infection, you're going to want to use an extract or a tea. So it's nice to have the extract because we had a very difficult time finding fresh plantain. December, January, and February is harder to find it. The rest of the year is pretty easy to find it. So you really want to have that there. So your alcohol and water extract is going to make sure it's always available for you. What was your question?
Is liniment the same thing as nectar?
No. A liniment is for external use. So you can use a liniment externally, and you can use an extract externally. You cannot use a liniment internally. The next liniment that we make is going to be with rubbing alcohol. So liniment is on the outside. Think rub on the skin. Liniment is rub on the skin. Thank y'all so much. So you see they've chopped it up very finely. It's in the solvent. And then what do we need to do now? Huh? And label it. Because we'd be like, what is that?
So is that an extract or a liniment?
That's a liniment.
That is. Okay.
Yeah. So we're going to label this. You want to label it? Sure. You say plantain liniment and December 2015. That's what I would put on there.
So that's
okay.
Just the leaf of the plant?
Just the leaf, yeah. In witch hazel. And so you see, that was pretty relaxed how we did that. We just sort of, I would normally fill that jar about 3/4. I would get enough leaf, and I would fill it about 3/4 and then completely cover it with the witch hazel. So you can do this at home. I mean, you can, witch hazel is very inexpensive, and plantain is often very abundant.
Leave it fairly loose?
I mean, pack it a little bit, but it needs to have enough, like you need to be able to shake it, and all the material needs to be exposed. So it shouldn't be like really, really, really dense.
Do you put it on the jar itself, yeah, versus the top?
Yeah, make sure it's dry. Okay.
Extract?
Plantain liniment.
Oh, liniment.
L-I-N-I-M-E-N-T. Yeah, you are. Yeah. So whoever takes this home, in a couple of weeks, think of right around Christmas time, you would just strain it out, and we're going to be doing a lot of straining, and then put it in a bottle and keep it in your fridge because that would be nice and cool. And if somebody has hemorrhoids or a bee sting, it would be nice and cool. We put it on a cotton ball, put it on the affected area. Thank y'all so much. Okay. I need to turn some things down here. Okay, that must be you. How are y'all doing with that window open? Okay, if you get cold or something, let me know. Okay. So our decoction of our adaptogens is finished, and I think who doesn't want milk? Okay. Who doesn't want honey? Okay. So, y'all are my helpers, my devoted helpers. We're going to put a little bit of the decoction in there for no milk. Do y'all want coconut milk?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Two. You want it? Okay.
Yeah, and I think you were three.
And so we have about half as much of this, but we have milk. So we're going to add, we have half as much decoction as we did miso soup.
Okay.
Just so you know.
So actually,
So we just went three scoops for no milk.
Right. Yeah. And if you want to rinse this out and use that, actually that's kind of cumbersome. We don't need quite that. Where did all of our, here's strainers. Here we go. Any of those strainers would work. Just to keep it strained out, yeah. So y'all did want honey, is that right? Honey is good for you? Okay. So can you go grab that honey? It's right there by the molasses.
So do you notice a medicinal difference between the large leaf plantain and the narrow leaf?
No. No, I haven't. I haven't spent a lot of time. So you could probably, if y'all want to come on this side, there's the honey. So you've got your no milk there.
And then we'll strain the rest of it into
Yeah, strain that into there and add some honey to it. Do you need some spoons? Here's that.
How much honey?
We don't need too much, just enough. Just a little. No honey? Okay.
No honey going once, going twice.
Here's the milk. You use a lot of the milk in that. Okay. So we have our liniment. We know what this is for. We're going to set that over here. Let's go ahead and we'll make an extract too, because it's so similar.
When you say a lot of milk, what do you mean?
Oh, like half of that.
Do you have a name for this decoction?
It's an adaptogen tea, because this has the shatavari, the maca, the astragalus, and the rhodiola. So this is a nice adaptogen tea. While I'm thinking about it, I don't think that I brought this up. Do you see a OSHA honey? Yes. Can you pass that up here? Thank you. So you can make an extract. You can extract the medicine just by chopping it up and putting it into honey. Honey is a really wonderful medium to pull it out. And honey in itself is an amazing medicine. If you didn't have anything else, use honey. You can put honey directly on a wound. Honey is, I always think, like, if I could only have one medicine, maybe it would be honey. So this has OSHA root. OSHA is a Western herb. It's really good for respiratory infections. It's kind of like an echinacea in a way. I would love for y'all to try it. it's real aromatic. I'm just gonna send this around for you to smell. Some people are allergic to it, so actually don't try it. Just smell it. But I just wanted to point that out. OSHA. Awesome. Good. So here's our compost bowl. Is that what you were looking for? This is fun. All right. Yeah, that's the fridge. I don't know.
Okay, we'll just sort of set it back.
Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna make a quick extract with the plantain. And again, if you want to chop them up and try to separate them equally, I want to do more material in this one. The root.
And the leaves, or
Yeah.
just the root?
Both.
Oh,
Yeah. You'll often see. Yeah, you can just you could just put that right into your tea. Like, let's say we're gonna do an immune tea. You could just put the honey in your tea. Say yeah, or some other kind of root that you want to use. Yeah.
So when the OSHA sits in the honey, it absorbs. It's kind of like if you put it in alcohol or
Yes.
which
Yeah. Right. It's a solvent. Yeah. Honey is a solvent.
You just leave it raw. You don't mess with it. Just like you do.
Yeah. Right. So in general, when you're working with fresh material, you have to pay attention to the water content. So if you want it for long-term storage, you have to think about the water content. And you want to think about the water content in general. So we're about to make an alcohol and water extract or tincture. Tincture is usually a bit more dilute. So let's say you'll use like 1 part of the herb material, maybe 5 parts solvent, 7 parts solvent, 10 parts solvent. So it's a little bit more dilute. And an extract is typically a lower ratio. So like 1 part of the herb, 2 parts solvent. So you see how you have less solvent, more herb in an extract, more solvent, less herb in a tincture. That's typically how I think of it. But a lot of people will interchange the word tincture and extract. So there's more herb in an extract.
Can you spell OSHA?
OSHA. Just like it's, yeah. Sometimes that happens. Okay, so the reason why you want to think about the water content, especially when you're working with something like vinegar, if you're going to make an herbal vinegar, which we will do, or if you're not using a lot of alcohol in your solvent, if you have a lot of water in your plant and not a very strong vinegar or solvent, it can go bad. You cannot have enough preservative, and it can go bad. So it's not actually preserving because there's so much water. So most vinegars are about 5% acidity. If you use a lot of like dandelion leaf or something that has a lot of water and 5% acidity vinegar, it's not really going to keep it. Do y'all follow me? Okay. Yeah.
So I make vinegar. Like I just take apples and make vinegar.
Mm-hmm.
So is it possible for vinegar, if it doesn't have the right acidity, like it would have a white mold, and that would mean that it's not preserving?
It's probably not preserving. Yeah.
You can't just scoop that out because it's just that there's too much water in those apples.
Right. Yeah. So what you can do is you can wilt your herbs. If you still want to use them fresh, you can wilt them a little bit. I don't think that that's preferable because a lot of studies have shown that the vitality, like the plant starts to break down. You harvest it, it starts breaking down. The compounds, it says, oh, it's over, deteriorate, that's what it would do. So you want to typically try to use your plants either fresh or dry. So if you harvest it fresh and you're not going to be able to use it right away, then start drying it right away. Just right away. So if you're gonna preserve fresh plant material in something with a low acidity, or honey is a great preservative, but it's just, be aware of that you might want to add a little bit of lemon juice to your vinegar to bring up the acidity, something like that. If you're using dried herbs, you don't have to think about it quite as much. And in general, roots are going to have a lot less moisture than a leaf, right? That makes sense. Most aerial parts, they call it aerial parts, this part, it's like, most of these have 70 to 90% of this is water. And the root is going to be around 60%. Water. So there's a lot more water in the tops, and that makes a lot of sense. So I just wanted to point that out. All right, so our tea is ready, and oh my gosh, it smells so good. I have to just go ahead and get some before it, I've been waiting to drink this all day. Okay. So should we set this over there and maybe, do you want to, how can we do this? Can you deliver it to people? Take a pot around?
Is there a cup already? Let me know.
Let's bring it, yeah, here we go. It's not hot.
Got it.
Just kind of serve. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Bless you.
All right, so no milk? Will you no milk? And I'm good with milk.
Wow. I can't wait for y'all to try it. Do you have a cup? Are you getting some? Get a cup.
Over there.
Okay, wait. The stuff is coming to you. They have the tea. Sorry, we weren't clear about that. Yeah, tea is over there. Lisa, did you get a cup? Good. Okay.
Oh, it's someone else.
No, it's some of them had names on them. She's got the tea.
The regular milk has to be coconut milk.
Oh, okay. Well, oh, good. Then you saw it? Yeah. Coconut milk. Yeah, good. Look at this. Look how crazy. Look at that. I need to add more water to it. I can't. Yeah? Yeah, what's that?
I want to get some stuff from you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, doesn't it make you just feel like everything's going to be all right?
I knew you were going to say
It really makes me feel that way.
wonderful.
Isn't it amazing? I need a little bit more. Is there plenty? Okay. I'll come over there. Isn't it amazing? Can you feel that? It's like vitality. That's vitality. Yeah. Thank you so much.
This is Adaptogen tea, and it's milk, honey, astragalus, shatavari, maca, and
Rhodiola, And there's rhodiola is RH.
RH.
And it's D. I'll spell it. I'll spell it for everybody.
I got it.
Oh, this is just exactly what I wanted.
So it was milk, honey.
Okay, so we did a decoction. with roots. Maca root, M-A-C-A, maca. Astragalus. Do we need to spell astragalus? Yes. A-S-T-R-A-G-A-L-U-S. Rhodiola, R-H-O-D-I-O-L-A, rhodiola, and shatavari, which I've already spelled, right? S-H-A-T-A-V-A-R-I. It's so amazing.
Anybody want more?
Yeah. And then we put milk and honey, huh?
Ashwagandha grows really well here.
Yeah, right? So ashwagandha would be a great one to put in here. You can put all different kinds of things. Maca tastes yummy. These are all super yummy tasting. All of them taste yummy, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. So the question is, so I mentioned that rhodiola is being overharvested, and what can we put instead? In my opinion, I don't think there is exactly a substitute to rhodiola. Rhodiola is pretty specific. You can just leave it out. You can use ashwagandha. Ashwagandha is similar. You know what we need to be doing is getting farmers to grow it instead of wildcrafting it, so that we can have it. You know.
What region is it named?
Siberia. I think that we can grow rhodiola in our higher elevations here. Like, wouldn't it be great if instead of Christmas trees we had rhodiola farms? Yeah. Don't you think that would be awesome? Because that's what it wants. It wants to be way up high.
The same amount, like you said, it was a big handful of rhodiola, but would you put a big handful of ashwagandha?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Ashwagandha is going to taste really good in here. What else would be?
And then can you make up a pot and store it for?
Yeah, put it in your fridge. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, yeah. And what's really wonderful about the adaptogens is you could take this. Can you feel how you could either go up or down with it? You could really just relax, maybe go to sleep, or you could get busy doing stuff. Can you feel that? It's like, that's because it's a balancing kind of a thing. Okay, so we've got our decoction. That's really yummy. Over here, now we have our plantain leaf, and it's often called leaf and corm, C-O-R-M, it's a botanical word. Leaf and root. And we're just gonna put some alcohol and water on it. So I mentioned that plantain is very water soluble, so we're only gonna use the alcohol to get, you know, the whole profile of the compounds and also as a preservative. So for me, when I'm doing 25%, 50%, 75%, I'm thinking about the water content. So if I want a 25% alcohol, I have to think, well, my plant has water in it too. So I don't want to just exactly measure 25% alcohol, 75% water. I have to account for the fact that my plant has water. For the sake of convenience, we're just going to stick with some whole numbers right now, but it's just something to think about. So let's see.
What percentage would you allow for the plant?
Well, if it was a leaf, like we're going to do California poppy, it's 90% water. So if you had like a whole cup of poppy, you have to think that all that material is pretty much water. So let's say we're doing 8 ounces total. And we had chopped the poppy up I'm about to sneeze, excuse me. Let's say we had 4 ounces of poppy. That's basically 4 ounces of water, right? So if we wanted to do a 50% extract, if we wanted 50% alcohol, then we have to think that the water that's in the plant is, it's already practically 4 ounces of water. So then it's going to depend on what is the proof of your alcohol, right? So the reason why I like moonshine is it's dang near 200 proof. So it makes the math easy for me. Vodka is like 80 proof, right? So that means, what is the percentage? 40%. 40%. Mm-hmm.
You know how to tell if it's good moonshine?
How?
You shake it, it makes really nice beads on the top.
Oh. Well, come shake it for us, Hal. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. He said, you shake it.
Woo. Okay. Oh,
Forms those little beads on the top. It falls in. That's probably a little less. Some moonshiners, they proof their moonshine with water.
Uh-huh.
And it depends on whether it's the second or third thumper that they're putting it through.
So, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The other way is to put a little bit on the table and light it.
Okay.
See how blue the flame is.
See how blue the flame is? Yeah. All right. So we have approximately, like when we put our hands down in here, we have approximately 3 ounces of herb in here. And I want to do about 25% final concentration. So let me just think for a minute here. If there's 3 ounces of herb, I'm going to do half and half. I'm going to put half alcohol and half water in my cup here. And I believe that will account for the water in the plant enough. So, okay, this is the folklore method. This is super like in your kitchen kind of stuff. And we're not weighing this. I used to work for a manufacturer, and we would do a moisture analysis on every batch. You know, burn off the moisture and weigh the ash and know exactly how much water, and then calculate exactly how much alcohol. And it was all very precise. And that's fine, but that's not how I run my kitchen. You know, I just I more intuitively do it. So we're just going to do half and half here. I say we're doing half and half, and it's like almost a cup and a quarter. Like, whatever. It's okay. It's going to work. It's going to be just fine. All right, so then we just, I like to use these stainless steel funnels for canning and for different things. They're just really easy. So, alcohol abuse. So we're just kind of covering it up. That one has a little bit more. Just very, very simple. And we'll label it, and we'll let it sit for at least 2 weeks. It's really nice to do this working with the lunar rhythms, and we just had a new moon yesterday, so full moon is when this would be strained. So whoever takes these home, you just want to shake it, just like the liniment. Shake it every day.
Why would you use the extract versus the liniment?
So where's the liniment going to go?
And so you take that you can ingest the extract?
Yes.
So for digesting,
For tonifying mucous membranes, whether that's urinary tract, respiratory tract, digestive tract. If you had a tooth abscess or something, boils, different things like that, you can just take the tincture. Okay, so we're gonna label it, and plantain, oops, I spelled it wrong. I'm calling this a tincture because it's fairly dilute. December. All right. And it's really lovely to see the colors start to change. I mean, you can see those extracts over there, how much they've changed over time. Okay, so another liniment that you can use, I've been using this liniment for many years. How many of you have heard of Back to Eden, Jethro Kloss? Yeah, this book used to be like really popular. Jethro Kloss was a natural kind of healer a while back at the turn of the century, kind of. And you can find his book in most used bookstores for very cheap. He has a lot of effective remedies in there, but one of my favorites is this liniment. So we've already made a plantain liniment. The other liniment that we're going to make is with rubbing alcohol. So the liniment this particular liniment has golden seal powder, myrrh powder, and cayenne powder. And I used this. I had a male cat that would get into fights all the time, and he would get abscesses sometimes because cat fights can be real bad. And he started to get an abscess on his ear. And a friend of mine, her cat did the same thing at the same time. So I had my liniment, and I faithfully applied this herbal liniment that we're about to make. Applied it a couple times a day at least to his ear. He was a very sweet, gentle cat and let me do this just with a cotton ball. And within a week, it was very healed. There was a little bit of scar tissue, but the other cat had punctured his ear, and it was starting to smell bad, and it was swollen, and it was just really not good. So I put this liniment on every day. His little ear was all like crusty because the myrrh is very resinous-y, you'll see. And the golden seal is very bright. So we had this like kind of golden orange crusty thing going on. But in a week, he was much better. And my friend's cat, she went the conventional that way. And he lost most of his ear. He was doing the antibiotics and the cream and everything like that. So I was just astounded. And it was really interesting that we were having these things happening at the same time. So there was like this comparison. This liniment can be rubbed on your temples for a headache. It's very, very effective as a cleanser. For if you have some kind of like wound, that it's okay to put the rubbing alcohol on, for abscesses, different things like that, for sprains. You'll see when you start to investigate, you'll start to find more recipes for liniments. And the David Hoffman in this book, The New Holistic Herbal, which if you don't have an herbal, this is probably the best one to start with, because he covers everything that we're going over today and more in the chapter on making medicines. So it's a really great reference tool. I use it, I was looking at it before our class started just to remind myself of some things. He tells you all the different things that you can use. He has Jethro Kloss's liniment recipe in here because it's awesome. And he has one that uses cayenne and lobelia and something else for muscle pain. So liniment is on the outside of the body, typically uses rubbing alcohol as a solvent. And we are going to make this really awesome Kloss's liniment. So, oh, myrrh powder. I think it's really important to mention this. Myrrh powder. You can, thank you, and the golden seal. And there should be a bag of cayenne over there. This is it right here. Let's open it. Did you already smell it? Oh, yeah. So let's pass it around. Actually, here, I better pass it with that. I have to still strain that. As you can see, I like to leave my stuff in there. I just think that, why not? Okay, so you're going to smell that. You need some of this liniment on your head. No? Okay, myrrh. Myrrh is a resin from a tree. Commiphora mole. Myrrh is, it's like honey. It's amazing. Myrrh brings, it invigorates the blood. It brings the blood to the places that need to be healed. So if you have a bruise, a sprain, an injury, oftentimes the energy is blocked there. Let's say I got hit on my shoulder or something. It's blocked. That's where the pain is. I need the blood to come there to bring nutrition to repair the damage, right? That's what the myrrh does. So myrrh, I have helped people who have cut themselves very badly and probably should have had stitches, but they didn't want to go to the hospital. I just sprinkle fresh myrrh right on those cuts. Bandage it up. It's it keeps things pure. Between the myrrh and the honey, you know, you have some good first aid. Yarrow leaves powdered up will stop the bleeding, and then you can get your myrrh powder on there to start repairing with very little scar damage. So we're going to use the myrrh, and so golden seal is another one that's been over harvested. This is a slow growing woodland perennial plant. Are we all familiar with golden seal? Yes. There's no other plant like golden seal, like rhodiola. We can use other kind of antibiotic herbs and astringent herbs, but golden seal is one and only. There's some herbs that they do such a specific kind of job. Thank you. That we really, a lot of herbalists worked very hard to bring awareness to the fact that golden seal was being over-harvested from the wild, and there's people who are growing it, and a lot of our material is coming from growers. So hopefully the same can happen with rhodiola and some things like false unicorn root. Okay, so I need to just refresh my memory. I can't remember if it's 2 ounces of myrrh, 1 ounce of golden seal, or the other way around. So just look that up.
What is golden seal good for?
Golden seal is bitter. It's astringent. So it's really, you know, when I was talking about sluggish digestion and different things like that, it can be used to tonify the digestion and help to stimulate digestion. If you take golden seal like 15 minutes before you eat, you'll find you're starving. Sometimes I use golden seal a lot to stop a sore throat, to stop a cold or a flu. I combine golden seal tincture with elderberry syrup, and the way that I've done that, I make it with moonshine. I make the tincture with moonshine, 25% alcohol, because golden seal is very water soluble, mostly water soluble. And I add that to the elderberry syrup, and it tastes like chocolate. It's amazing. But anyway, I'll forget that I took it, and I'll suddenly be like, I'm starving. You know, it really stimulates your digestion. So it's antibacterial, antimicrobial, antifungal, really good for stopping the sore throat. Like once you get that sore throat, before it progresses anywhere, just start doing your golden seal and your elderberry, and that should stop it. It can be used for like urinary tract infections. It's an herbal antibiotic. So I know this is a little bit of a tangent, but I feel like if I don't mention it now, I'll forget, and it's important. So some herbs, if you do a cold extraction, it's going to have, or if you take it cold, it's going to have a certain effect. And if you do a hot extraction, or if you take it hot, it's going to have another effect. So we don't have time to go into all of that right now, but it's something to think about. If you make a tea, like with elderflowers, if you make a tea and take it hot, it's going to bring down your fever. If you make a tea and let it cool off, it's going to act more like a diuretic. So just something to think about as maybe you're using something and you let it cool off, and then you have this, unexpected response. All right, so let's see. 2 ounces myrrh, 1 ounce golden seal, 1/2 ounce cayenne pepper, and 1 quart rubbing alcohol. You get that? 2 ounces of myrrh, 1 ounce golden seal root powder, 1/2 ounce cayenne. So we're gonna do these in. How many people are interested in taking a liniment home? 1, 3, 4.
That one just sounds too good.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Okay, so I better do 1/2 pints, and I'm not sure. Maybe what I'll do is I'll mix it all up first, and then we can divvy it up, see how much we get. Okay, how much is that? Does anybody want to come up here and help with this? Okay. Does anybody remember how many ounces are in, or how many tablespoons to make an ounce? Is it 4? 2? 2 tablespoons makes an ounce? Okay. So you remember the myrrh. You do the myrrh.
Okay.
So we need 2, 4, 6, 8. You need 8 scoops of that in there. Yeah. Oh, is it not very powdery?
There's some chunks.
Oh, well, let's take care of that. Look, we have a mortar and pestle. We need to show that. Okay. So why don't you go ahead and measure that out into the mortar and pestle, and then we can take turns. Hang on a second. Do we all use mortar and pestles for culinary herbs? Some of us do? Yeah? Okay. Pestle, mortar, pound it. Okay, so you measure that out and then pound it. We probably, do we want to do I think the golden seal will be okay. You're going to do 4 tablespoons of golden seal powder. Okay. And you can put it in here. Okay, so we'll measure this out to make sure everybody can take home some liniment. You're going to shake it up every day. Again, anytime you're doing these extracts, you want to agitate it. You want to make sure that nothing is settling. You want to get that solvent shaking all around all the material, and put your intention into it. You're being present with it. You weren't sloppy. You weren't just making it and setting it to the side and forgetting all about it. You're being very intentional about it. Okay, you are done. It's going to be hard to beat that tea that we just had, but I do want to do an infusion. I should have finished with that one. I didn't know it was going to turn out so great. That's okay. So myrrh is a resin, and even if you get the powder, which I do recommend getting the powder because it's very, very, very hard to break up myrrh resin. If you get the chunks, you're working really hard, but you can. But it's tricky. If you're working with the chunks, you might want to, put them in some sort of a sack and break it with a hammer. I'm telling you, it's resin. It's a tree resin, How's that going?
Good.
Good. All right. So if you start with a powder, you can typically smell it, and it will smell very good. You can use organoleptic methods and determine that the myrrh is good. Okay, so yeah, if that's a whole root, just get some other powder. All right, so we're doing a double batch of this liniment because we have 2 quarts of liquid. Does anybody want to come up here and see this? If you want to come up, come on up. I'm going to hold off on the cayenne until the end.
Add that to that?
No, we're actually going to add that to that. Oh, okay.
We live really far away.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. We've learned a lot.
Do you want to take an extract or a liniment?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
They have to leave, so we're going to go ahead and let them have something. Thank y'all for coming. Aw.
Thank you.
Thanks. Be safe. Okay, and so the last thing that we want to do is
2 tablespoons.
we need 1 teaspoon of this.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
If 1 ounce.
1/2 ounce. So it would be 2 tablespoons is an ounce. So 1/2 ounce.
But you're doing a double batch, so you would need, right?
I need 1/2 ounce of cayenne per batch. So that would be 1 ounce per batch. So that's
2 tablespoons.
2 tablespoons. Got it. Okay. Be very careful with that. Don't breathe it.
Okay.
I used to work at the French Broad Co-op, and I would refill the jars. And before I really learned about cayenne, I would have the whole store. I would run people out because the cayenne would just get in the air, and everybody's like, it's painful, They say cayenne will stop a heart attack. It instantly goes and dilates your blood vessels. Cayenne is very high in antioxidants. Cayenne is really, really wonderful medicine.
It's a good coagulant too. I've cut myself real badly and packed it on there, and it creates a scab and stops the bleeding.
Nice, nice.
And it doesn't burn. You would think it would.
Okay, so we're going to pour that on there if you want to do that. I'm going to go find a small wooden spoon if I can.
Is both of these whole containers?
Yeah, if they'll fit. Are they going to fit? Just barely.
I have a little bit.
Okay, well, let's hold off on that. And then we want to stir it.
Per batch of the alcohol.
16.
16.
Uh-huh. Okay, so actually, this is a little bit strong. We're supposed to use, it's supposed to be 32 ounces. because it's a quart. That's okay, this will just be really strong. 1 quart per batch, yeah. So yeah, maybe.
Do you want, I can get you a bigger container and you can transfer it. Do you want a larger measuring cup?
Okay, sure, yeah. Because we're gonna need to pour it out. When you take this home, add a few ounces of rubbing alcohol to it.
Could you do it with moonshine rather than rubbing alcohol?
No, that's you would be making an extract then. And this is a liniment. Okay, there we go. Thank you.
But they're both alcohol. So I'm trying to...
This is rubbing alcohol.
Yeah, I understand. But is there a reason that you couldn't do it? I mean, it's a waste of this basically, but.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's food quality. This is more volatile. It evaporates faster. Yeah.
So there is a difference.
So it's almost. I mean, I'm seeing it like. I'm looking at the rubbing alcohol. I'm talking to it. I'm like, I need you to pull out the medicine in this plant and hold it for me. And then just deliver it to my skin and get out of there. Something like that.
It's a different molecule.
Mm-hmm. And this one, I'm saying, I need you to kind of be a little bit more part of this process. I need you to stick around a little bit. I need you to be, so it's, I guess we have a relationship with the solvents as well. I mean, rubbing alcohol it feels a little harsh to me, but it is it's got some antiseptic qualities to it, right? I mean, if you have an abscess, or like with my cat, he had an abscess, that was good to be cleaning it with the rubbing alcohol. All right, so now we have this really lovely situation where our container is extremely full, and we got to get it into our cups. So this is what I love about working in apothecaries. It's like trying to pour things into little bottles, trying to not spill, things like that. It's fun. A funnel. Yeah, but it's also fun to just do it real fast. And not hesitate, That's one of the things that I really loved when I first started getting into it. Like this right here, you're like pouring into that. If you hesitate, you spill it all over the place. You have to be confident, You're like, I am the medicine maker. You're going in the bottle. You're going to like it. It's fun. So we're just going to get all that out. This will always remind me of the doctor's office, the smell of rubbing alcohol. Okay, so we're going to want to, how many people wanted liniment? 1, 2, 3, 4. 13 people.
If there's not enough, I can pass.
Yeah, me too. I'm saving up for the elderberry.
All right. Let's think here. So I have some liniment that's already finished, and I could potentially put that into a 1 ounce bottle, but I don't want you to be confused because there's a dropper on it. What do we have here? It's 4.5 cups. So this is 13 into 4.5. 2.78 ounces, so 3 ounces. Okay. And then you're going to add, when you get home, you have to add a couple ounces of that. So these would be good to use. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8 of those. The stove is crazy.
The quirkiness is so
Okay.
beautiful. It's like the elderberry flopping around. That matters.
Okay. Let's use a ladle, I'm thinking, to put these in here. How about this? Do y'all want to siphon out your own stuff? You're gonna be using, you want a little bit more than 2 ounces. Let's find a 2-ounce ladle. That looks like about 2 ounces, right? We can measure it. 60 mils, 2 ounces. Oh look, we can just measure it right here. So you want to stir it up real good. And make sure that you get some material, right? So stir it up really, really well. And measure out. Just fill it up. And that'll be how much you get.
Is that one different than this? Because this is 2 ounces right there.
I think the only difference is that this is in milliliters, and 30 mils is an ounce, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I have a mixture of little ones and big ones. Let's try to use up all the big ones, because you're gonna basically, when you get home, you're gonna want to top it off with rubbing alcohol. So get a big one. I'll start working on labels. So if you want some, come on over and get some. So stir it real good.
Is this recipe for the OSHA in this honey, is that in that book that you like so much,
The New Holistic Herbal?
Yeah.
I don't know if he talks about doing a honey extract. I think that he does. It's as simple as it looks, though.
And you would just take eat a little bit of it, is how you would use it.
Yeah. Let's all thank Hal for stopping and picking up these jars for me. Thank you, Hal.
I stopped in the first angles in case they didn't have them, but sometimes they don't have them.
But they did?
Yeah. So I just came out 191. You didn't have to go to the
See if you
mega
look on the other
angles
side.
and
So
walk
this is
85
2.
miles. Like, I need one of the little carts. Faster.
It's like one of those labels.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and stick this on there.
I got sushi here one time and needed beer, and I was like, oh my God, I got back in my car and drove to the other end. Oh man.
What did you call this? A cloth?
Klosses, Kloss, Jethro Kloss. His book is over there on the table, Back to Eden. But the recipe is also in David Hoffman's New Holistic Herbal.
They have a Back to Eden cookbook too. You can look at that also. I have both of them. Yeah, they have just a cookbook one.
Because I need it to cool off because we have to process the berries. We're going to run it through a food mill.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Are y'all learning what you wanted to learn? Is there a topic that you're really, I want to make sure it's 4 o'clock, we have a few more hours together, so I want to make sure to cover. Good.
No complaints, absolutely not. That's great.
So is this ready to use now?
No, you want to let it sit for until the full moon. And I think we should strain some herbs. Is this your little jar right here? Okay, I'm labeling it for you. There you go.
It's like a certain smell?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, and you can see it's really cooked up.
Yeah, but I used to work for an Ayurvedic woman cooking for her, and in the Hindu tradition, you don't eat the food until it's been blessed. So you don't taste it when you're cooking it. And so I had to get really used to knowing what the food was going to taste like. I was cooking for classes, maybe 30 people, cooking the whole meal. And so I would have to get used to what does this taste like without tasting it. And there were a few times, as soon as the blessing was said, I would run back to the kitchen and taste it, you know. I'm like, oh, did it?
Where was this, Amy?
This was here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she used to run these workshops at different times. So you learn a lot by smell.
Yeah.
I can smell sometimes how much salt is in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you just
I'd like to learn that.
Couldn't you just bless it yourself?
Well, it has to all be finished and ready.
Before
it's a respect thing. You're not just like dabbling and tasting and you know. It feels really good. And then you have to use like develops other senses that we have. We have the ability, just smelling that tells me so much. It's just like tasting it. Doesn't it smell good?
Excuse me. Do you work with people individually? Like if someone has an ailment, do you work with them to help them?
I mean, I'm a lay herbalist. I don't have like an operating practice. I'm always helping people.
I feel like once you start learning stuff, you're always helping heal and take care of it.
Right, I know. I can't help but help.
Speaking of which, would a plantain leaf work for a chalazion?
A what?
The plantain, if it would like pull that out.
Yeah, it might. Homeopathic silica might work too.
So is that like one of those where it comes in like little pills?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Because we got a ton of them, you know.
Uh-huh.
Go because they're like pollinating. They got all these flowers.
Oh, yeah.
So we're leaving them.
I think you can do a poultice for respiratory stuff. You take the leaves, and we should talk about poultices.
Put it on your chest?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Interesting.
Mustard leaves, which they're very abundant, right? Yeah, if you have mustard, you're going to have a lot if you're growing mustard. So I just want to touch on the way of using poultices, Poultice, poultice. Poultice, poultice. So a poultice is a way of getting the medicine on your body, not using, just using water. You could possibly use castor oil, but we're just going to talk about the concept. So if you have, people have used comfrey leaf for broken bones to put the bones back together, you know, and they use it as a poultice. There's a lot of different herbs that you can use for poultices, but the general idea is that you would take a fairly large amount of the herb. So comfrey is abundant. You're going to have, if you have comfrey, you're going to have a lot of comfrey. That's mullein. Yeah. But it looks kind of like that. So you take a lot of the herb and you're going to pour hot water over the herb, just enough to get it moist. So you're just kind of making a mash with it. You just want to use warm hot water, just enough to make a mash, and then you can put that right on whatever is affected. You can put it on and then take a towel or some gauze and wrap it so that it stays on there. But the idea is to use hot water to make a little bit of like a tea, but you want your skin to absorb the tea in a very particular place.
So you mush it together, like you bruise the plant? Like you would...
Yeah. Yeah, if you were using fresh or dry, you would want it to be chopped up. some, and you could have it in a little bowl, and you just pour enough water just so that it's malleable and it's going to absorb it, and it's going to kind of express. You would want it to be a little drippy, a little bit drippy, because you want to make like a super, super strong infusion. We're going to make an infusion in a minute. A really strong infusion that kind of seeps into the skin. Our skin is a big, we take in a lot through our skin. So that's a poultice. So you can use a poultice like if you have a lot of stuck mucus in your chest or something like that. I don't know if you can do this with mustard greens. I'm thinking that you should investigate it. You can put something really aromatic like mustard greens, make a poultice and put it on your chest just to like invigorate that area. Okay. Who here has used kava kava? I was thinking about making a kava kava tea. I like it too.
I've always wanted to try it.
Okay. It can make you feel kind of pretty good. Mm-hmm.
Just a question about kava. They said in the past that it was you couldn't take it too much, or it was I can't remember, liver or something.
Right.
And I learned in another class not long ago that they found that was because some companies were using parts of the kava plants that they weren't supposed to use, and then in truth kava doesn't have any negative effect.
Well, that's great. It's been redeemed. Yay. Can you guys just finish this off? Do you mind? Can I just pass it around and whoever wants any? There's just a little bit left. So recently some herbs like kava kava and comfrey have gotten this reputation for causing liver toxicity, and it's true that alkaloids, which are in a lot of our favorite recreational drugs, alkaloids are toxic to the liver, and so it's been fairly inconclusive, I believe, and it's good to hear that kava is now off the hook somewhat, but there's been some bad press about some herbs being liver toxic. And when I was a little bit more on the up and up with it, I was highly suspicious of the reports. There were very, very, very few reports of this happening. There was some other background in the people's history, like it wasn't like they were just using kava kava or comfrey or whatever. They were using other things that were known to be toxic to the liver. But alkaloids are hard on the body, and so just if you have to take some sort of prescription medicine that is toxic to the liver, if you're using any herbal medicines that are high in alkaloids, this is I'm not remembering a way. You would just want to look. Maud Greaves' Herbal, A Modern Herbal. It's on that table. It's also online. Very easy to find online. She breaks down the constituents of the plants. So you can find out, are there a lot of resins? Are there a lot of polysaccharides? Are there a lot of alkaloids? Alkaloids are a class of compounds that plants make. Nicotine and caffeine and morphine and different things like that have alkaloids. Like I said, they're in a lot of our favorite recreational drugs. If you look up in Maud's Herbal, A Modern Herbal, you can find out if there's a lot of alkaloids, so you can be careful. Does that answer your question? Okay, so I need to check in with my list. Where should we go next? What are we doing next? Speaking of alkaloids, I have some California poppy. California poppy will make you feel really good too. California poppy is not a papaver plant. It's not an oriental poppy plant. It's, how about this for spelling? Eschscholzia californica. Yeah, you would never guess how to spell that one. But it's California poppy. It's Eschscholzia, I think. I'm going to grab that from over here. So I harvested this California poppy this morning, and I should have stuck it in the fridge, but I was a little bit distracted. So here is the California poppy. It's not flowering. I am going to make a bit of a tincture with it, and I'll probably dry a little bit of it because I wanted to talk about that. Does anybody want to help me clean this up and wash it off? Anyone? Okay. So California poppy is an incredibly gentle medicine. Yeah, just over here. And try to get all the blackish pieces off. This can be dirty dish sink if you want to move those over there. And I'm going to switch these out. You can, if you need this bowl, use that one. California poppy is used for insomnia, for pain, for anxiety. It's a good remedy for children who are having pain or anxiety. It's a very gentle medicine, and it's usually grown as an annual. It grows from, you just direct seed it. It's super easy to grow, and it's gorgeous. It has this tangerine flower, and it's just beautiful silvery blue-green foliage. It's just absolutely gorgeous, very abundant. You can nibble on it when you're in your garden and feel nice and fine. It's non-addictive, unless of course you really want to be addicted to something, and then anything can be addictive, right? So it's a non-addictive pain reliever. I believe that it's better to use it fresh, but that's just my own opinion. It doesn't require a high concentration of alcohol. The whole plant can be used, the root, the leaves, the flower, and it's typically harvested when it is in flower. We're going to make an extract of it today, and it's not in flower, and that's okay. All right, so she's going to clean that up, and then we'll take a good look at it.
So are you saying you can eat it directly?
Yeah, you can put it in your salads. It's kind of bitter, just a little bit, but bitter's good, right? We need more bitter. We don't eat enough bitter in our lives. So I said California poppy is like 90% water. That's really high. That's almost like unusually high. So we have quite a bit of this poppy. Who has pain, insomnia? Who would like some poppy tincture? Okay. Okay. If we have enough jars, I guess you might have to argue over it a little bit. Okay. I have some pints, but I don't have that much alcohol. And the half pint, I'm going to make some oil too. I want to get some of you up here that haven't chopped. I want you to just have a go at chopping. So I'm going to put a couple of cutting boards over here. So if you want to make the poppy, if you want to take some poppy, if you want to come up here and chop it. So just chop it real fine, just like we said. Are you guys feeling pretty comfortable with making medicine? Like, this is pretty easy, right? Did you want some of this tincture?
Well, if there isn't enough,
Okay.
I'll hold back.
Okay. Yeah, it's good. It was just, I'm going to rinse this out so I can put it right in the middle.
I'm just getting the dirt in the real wilted. Like
Yeah. Okay, so you don't need, just grab some and clean it up a little bit if it's got, oh, this is my rule of thumb for making medicine. Would you put it in your mouth right now? If you would put it in your mouth, it's medicine. If you wouldn't, then don't use it for medicine. Would you put it in your mouth? Here's some other knives over here. I think we have 3 cutting boards and there's a couple of knives in here. Awesome, thank you. Okay. Yeah. There's labels, knife. So we're gonna do, so we did half and half water, alcohol, and poppy is about almost 100% water. So
We're doing the root too.
I have 100 proof, which is 50%. I'm doing, so I basically have like 200 proof alcohol. I'm doing 50% alcohol, 50% water. And then considering that my plant is about 100% water, that'll make it approximately 25%. The final solution will be about 25% alcohol, which is fine. So I'm going to add a little bit. We're not going to fill those up. Yeah, there we go. So we're at about a cup. If you would rather too, you can do it in a mortar and pestle. When you're preparing your stuff, you can chop it up some, but you can put it in the mortar and pestle, start adding your solvent to that, mash it and add a little bit of your solvent, mash it, add the solvent. So you're making this really nice slurry and you're really, pounding all the cell walls. So that's another thing that you can do. You're able to chop it really well, so that's great. I'm going to get a little bit of cold water. Thanks for doing that.
Sure. I didn't waste, but it would be.
Oh, yeah. No.
It wasn't real dirty.
That wasn't. Exactly. All right. So, so I wanted to talk about straining. I just wanted to give you some hands-on, like, let's strain some herbs together. Do you mind just rinsing that for me? So we're going to strain out some of these tinctures. I want to do how many of you have heard of spilanthes? The toothache plant. This will be fun. So spilanthes, how many of you have chewed on echinacea root or used echinacea? And you have that, what is that called? Salubrious response? Spilanthes does the same thing too. It makes your mouth like tingle and you salivate. A lot of dentists will use this because some people have really dry mouths. And when they're at the dentist, they're like not salivating. And so they'll use prickly ash bark or spilanthes and stimulate their body to salivate. Spilanthes is a really wonderful immune herb. stimulates your immune system. It's kind of like echinacea. It's very easy to grow. We grow it as an annual here. It gets very cold. Bless you. So I loved leaving the little buds in here because they reminded me of like eyeballs or something. You know, they're just like, they're so fun. These are the buds of the Plantain. The whole plant makes your mouth tingle. The buds are preferable. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to strain this out. And so I only have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 16 1-ounce bottles, tincture bottles. So the tinctures that I brought are nettle seed, hawthorn berry, and spilanthes. So spilanthes is an immune herb. You would use it if you have a toothache. Toothache means infection, and you would take that to fight the infection or any kind of infection like that. Hawthorn is wonderful for repairing tissues, especially cardiovascular kind of issues. This is a premier heart herb. And nettle seed, we haven't talked about the nettle very much, and we really need to spend like the rest of the day talking about nettle. Nettle seed is high in catecholamine. It's very good for brain function, for mental acuity and alertness, and for energy. Every part of the nettle is medicinal. So I only have, I want to strain these into some pint jars, and then each one of you can take home a tincture. We'll have the strained extract labeled so you can just get it yourself. We'll do that. So who would like to help me strain? You guys are good.
Put them in the jars.
Put it in the jar.
Is that enough?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay,
and then just cover this. Just, you know, cover it. You don't want to cover it. You don't want it to be quite that much. And you could add a little bit of, well, just cover it. That should be good. If we need a little bit more, that's great. Okay. Let's see, Ella Campaign.
Are we combining them all in one?
No, you're going to have your own.
You took my chocolate. Should I put more in there?
Yeah, let's use all of that up.
And we're doing this into 3 jars?
I guess so. I need to clean up over here a little bit. It's getting crazy. Can you put this back on the table?
Nettles is like, I had Emily when she was working for me at the Herb Festival. There's like a whole big field of it down there.
Uh-huh.
She cut like a garbage bag full of it.
Uh-huh.
And then cooked it.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Green.
That flame something on you?
The next day.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
I made that one myself.
That's going to be about the same as when you make a tea. So nettle is a food herb. You can use nettle every single day. You can use nettle all the time. It's so high in minerals, builds your blood, high in iron. It strengthens your immunity by just creating vitality and health. So that would be the same as drinking a tea. Because the time to get the nettle to eat it is, you have to give the right window. So the best time to eat nettle is in the spring, when it first comes up, when it's young and tender, just like a kale would be, young and tender. Or lamb's quarters, if you eat lamb's quarters, it's that same kind of concept. You don't want it to get too leggy, too woody, it'll get real fibrous-y. They make Scottish linen with nettle fibers. It's very fibrous-y. So You want to get the nettle to eat it when it's young and tender. And then after that, when it gets too tough to eat, that's when you would harvest it and dry it to make tea. Can you hand me the nettle and the tulsi? They're in the half-gallon jars. And how can I have the rose petals? Thank you.
Why are you using nettle seed, this one?
Okay, so the nettle seed, and yeah, I'll take that. The nettle seed has a particular effect, different than the leaf and different than the root. So David Winston, who founded Herbalist and Alchemist, herbal company, they make tinctures. He was told by the nettle plant that the seed can be used to prevent kidney failure as a restorative to the kidneys. So we already knew that the root had an affinity for the genitourinary system, so any kind of prostate issue, things like that, the root is used. So the seed can be used or should be investigated in its use for helping with impaired kidney function, but it also has particular amino acids that help us be more mentally alert and have more energy.
So it is good for adrenal insufficiency.
That's what they're looking at it for.
And that's specifically nettle seed.
Yeah. Oh my God. Smell it.
Can you just make a tea out of it?
You can. So this is nettles. This is nettles that I grew and dried. It's tulsi. You just pass that around. Smell it.
What is the best way to eat the seeds? To make a tincture out of it, if you're wanting to do it for mental.
Yes. Yeah. So there's. I didn't really talk about this too much because for most of us, the amount of alcohol at any one time is pretty much a limiting factor in how many tinctures we'll make. You want to preferentially make the tinctures with the fresh material when it's fresh. So there are some plants that will degrade when they dry, or they're just not as effective. And nettle seed should be processed fresh. Milky oats from oats, like our cover crop. We plant oats as a cover crop. When the oats are in their milky stage, which just means you squeeze that oat as it's forming and like a drop of milk comes out of it. When the oats are in their milky stage, that's when you want them. If you dry it or anything, if you dry that, it's not going to be very effective. One thing that you can do is put it in the freezer, and that's if you don't have as much alcohol as you need, put it in the freezer and process it as you can afford the alcohol. But there are some things, just as you're learning, pay attention. Can I have those back? Did y'all smell them? I want you to smell it because it's amazing. You want to process them when they're fresh. Some people say that skullcap should be processed fresh. So different. You'll get to learn about it. There's. Which one do you think is what? Okay. That's nettle. Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm gonna do an infusion. I think before we do the kava, we need to wake up a little bit. So I'm gonna do I'm gonna do some tulsi and nettles. So the way when I'm just doing small batches of herbs, I'll take a paper bag, like a grocery bag, and I'll chop my herb and put it in that paper bag and dry it. You can put it in your closet with a dehumidifier and like a little fan running on it. Some people just hang them up. You want to keep direct sunlight off of them. But typically you're going to dry them whole, right? And chop them when you're ready to use them. If you need to chop it somewhat to get it into a jar, I usually just, yeah, that's great. Here's your labels. Yep. I usually just use scissors in the bag that I dried them in, and I'll just chop it enough so I can get it into the jar, and I'm not pulling out this whole crazy branch when I just need a little bit for tea. So, so that's how these got in here, and you can kind of tell that these are chopped bigger than that lemon balm that was going around, and it smells so yummy. All right.
On top of your refrigerator works well too, because it's always up in the
Uh-huh.
air like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If, yeah, exactly. I'm always picturing mine like, the most important thing when you're drying herbs is that you have some kind of airflow. You really need to have some airflow. You want to preserve that color, and you need to have some airflow. Dehumidifiers work great. They'll do it, you know, almost overnight. All right. So that's the poppy. I kind of need another pot. I kind of need that pot. Are we done with the tea? Okay. So I just want to do a real simple infusion over here. I have my really hot water, and I'm going to just pour it. Would you mind rinsing that out for me? Okay, the pot.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm just going to pour the hot water over the herbs. I'll just put the herbs in the pot. Nettle, tulsi, and rose. These are just good. Rose is good for the heart, good for the spirit. When that pot gets ready. Okay, so we're gonna do some straining over here. All right, who wants to play? So let's get these open.
What are the three things you're putting in there?
I want to put rose and nettle and tulsi.
And what was good about Tulsi again?
Tulsi is an adaptogen. Tulsi, does somebody else want to come and do this? You want to put the tea in? I want you guys to like hold it and touch it and make it. So I'll let you figure out how much you want to do. Just put it in the pot and then we'll pour it over there. We only need to fill it probably about that full. So help yourself. Nettle, tulsi, rose. Tulsi is kind of good for everything, honestly. So we're going to be going like this. I need to find a cheesecloth. Tulsi opens the heart chakra, which is really great right now because it seems to me like the problem that we have in our world is that people just don't get along. And so we need to learn how to really love each other. Tulsi has an immediate effect on stress. Immediate. I used to use it when I was in school, when I was going to take my chemistry exams, and I would rather have driven off of a cliff. And I would use Tulsi. Tulsi, I swear, has saved my life. Let's start.
Tea, both?
Anything. Mm-hmm. This is great. Okay, so we're going to start with the spilanthes. So watch yourself, make sure that you're not going to overfill because you have a quart there, so that's going to be approximately 1.5 pints. So that'll be full, and then you want to start with your next one.
This looks almost done. I mean,
Well, now we get to see. This is why you're doing it. Okay, so we want to get a spoon. Yep. There you go. So this, when you make your tincture and the stuff that you have left over, that's called your marc, M-A-R-C, and you would be surprised how much extract is in your marc. So you want to squeeze it out. There are herb presses available. I know Horizon Herbs sells a press for about $200. So if you were making a lot of tincture and selling it or something like that, using it in a practice, you would want to invest in something like this. Can you cover that up with that? Yeah, awesome. So we're infusing. That's great. That's great. No, that's okay. Look how strong it is. This is our broth for our miso soup, and it got really strong. Which one did I not label? Metal. So we're infusing, and so we just put the hot water on, and we're gonna cover it up to keep all that good stuff inside. Thank y'all for making that. And
Are you boiling it?
nope, it's turned off. An infusion is just you bring water to a boil. Pour it over your herbs, let it sit. Just like if the tea bag, when you put a tea bag in your cup, that's an infusion. There you go. All right, who hasn't washed something? Who wants to wash something?
I can do it.
You want to? So we need to get some yellow dock root cleaned up. I kind of need to. You would let it steep for at least 10, maybe 15 minutes. And if it isn't, if it hasn't really changed color or something, then you would let it sit for longer. And you might want to look in here and push it down. Like all these herbs are just sitting on the top. Just kind of push it down a little bit so that it's really soaking in. Okay, so here's our yellow dock. Okay, so what we're going to want to do is cut the root. Okay, this is yellow dock, Rumex crispus. There are many, many, many species of Rumex. You can take that and a cutting board, and we just want to cut the root. So how do you know that you've got yellow dock and not curly dock or whatever, great dock? What's that?
Yellow dock? Yellow, like
well, it should be, but the best way to know is by looking at the seed. So I'm trying to figure out how to cut. Where's my little, I have clippers somewhere over there maybe. The seeds are winged, and you'll see that. Thank you. Pass that around. Thank you, Hal. I need my glasses for that. We kind of need to take this outside. Yeah, cut it right there. We don't want any leaf.
Okay.
I kind of want to take this outside because it's so dirty.
Get a big bowl and put it on.
Yeah. If we could just rinse the water, if we could just rinse it off and then dump the dirty water outside because we don't want that thing. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
What? I'm sorry?
When you say winged, are you meaning the little pokey things?
The seed.
There's a little tiny seed right in the center of that, like.
And it almost looks like there's a a wing on the seed. It's like a flattened, papery thing. It's not round like a poppy seed, right? I know, I need my glasses too.
When did you harvest the seeds?
This morning.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
So right now it's out?
Yeah.
It's a good time to look for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do these things stick to you?
Yeah, we've been matching for.
So winged seed is going to mean Rumex crispus. Rumex crispus is yellow dock. You really want the yellow dock for making the medicine.
So the yellow dock is the winged seed?
The yellow dock has the winged seed. Yeah, there's so many different kinds of dock, and they're very promiscuous, mixing around with each other. So the best way to know is to look at that seed. So the different things that you can do with the yellow dock are yellow dock is bitter, so it's going to be a nice digestive tonic. You can make a bitters with it. It's good for the immune system. It's very high in minerals and specifically iron, so it's a wonderful blood tonic if you have like anemia or something like that. The greens can be eaten in the spring when they first come up and they're very young, but it can be a laxative, which could be okay. If that's what you want. A really wonderful way of using the yellow dock is to make, to decoct the root and cook it down quite a bit, and then you can add a bit of molasses to it, or you could add like black cherry syrup, because black cherry syrup from the black cherries are very high in minerals and in iron. Really good herbal iron supplement. You could add nettles in at the end. So you can make a decoction, you can cook that down quite a bit and make a really, really strong tea. And then you can add some molasses or something like that.
Did you say with the root or without the root?
With the root.
This is the root.
Mm-hmm.
Without the green, this is just the root, right?
Yeah, just yellow dock root. Mm-hmm. Okay, how are y'all doing over there with the spilanthes?
I think we got it.
You got it?
Yeah.
Wow. So that was another couple ounces,
Totally.
right?
Yeah.
Great. That's super. So did everybody see this? Where is the spilanthes lid over there? No, this is it. Let's use that on there. So this is the mark. This is the dried. You can feel it if you want to. Feel how dry it is.
So that's been in there over a year?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very dry. Right. Yeah. And you would be, that people get really creative pressing down on how do you get as much of the material out. I used to work.
I can see why you need a press.
Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah. Okay, so that's the spilanthes, and let's set this to the side over here, maybe on this side, because some people will want to use that. And I'll put this in the compost. And then I'm going to rinse that off a little bit. Okay, so here's the yellow dock. I'm composting the greens. We're just going to chop the root up. We're going to make a decoction with it and cook it way down, and then we'll add a little bit of molasses to it. So if somebody wants to did somebody want to strain the nettle seed? Sure. Yeah? Okay.
I washed this.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so
Should I get this one cut too?
Yes, yeah, just cut it right there. And then we're gonna, if you can chop that whole root up into here. Chop it up pretty small. Okay, so here's our nettle seed.
I'll have somebody else get in there. Yeah.
The compost is behind you. Hang on.
And one to hold and one to press at the top. Would you like to hold or press? All these little roots on it?
You know what? Why don't you take those off? Because these are kind of like weird little sprouts.
Okay.
Hal, can you open that for me?
Ooh, it's going.
Sometimes it helps to bang it on the side of the counter.
Yay. Thank you so much. Okay. So the nettle seed is, you know what we're going to do with this one? I'm going to use a different strainer. The nettle seed is very tiny, and this is my very fine strainer. So fill that bottom jar, watch it as you're pouring.
So we don't need a cloth?
I don't think, well, yeah, let's use the cloth. Where did it go? Yeah. I just want to be really sure because those seeds are so tiny. You're going through the jars, man. So watch that first one, and you know you'll get it pretty full. Just just watch what you're doing so that because it's possible that it could overflow. Okay, it's not going to. So then just start pouring that in and mashing it down. I need to give you a spoon. There you go. So just be gentle about it. It's been about a year.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I often leave the material in there.
And it's alcohol?
Alcohol and water. So so they're doing that with the nettle seed. Make sure, let me see, I need to go ahead and write that on there. We have to be really careful once it gets to this point. You can definitely lose lids, and then you're like, what tincture do I have? What's going on?
Should I put more of this on top?
Yeah. So there's that. Let's see if our infusion is ready yet. If anybody wants to come over here and stir that up and smell it, please do. And you can tell me if you think that it's ready. Smelling these things is so important. It's a whole other way of getting the medicine in. I think it's ready. Yeah. Yeah, this is the compost. Sure, yeah. Oh, wait. I do want to show you something. Okay. So,
we've still got half of it to do, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. One thing that you can do, the convenience of the cheesecloth, and they may have already gotten most of it out. You can grab your mark like this and squeeze it out. I'm sorry I didn't show you that with the Splanthes. So you can get it to a certain point, and you're just squeezing it out. And then it's real dry. Because your hands are, see how much comes out? So if you want to dump that in the compost, and then you can probably just do that from the get-go. Try that out. Squeeze, pound some of it out, and then just pick it up and squeeze it. And then that's labeled. All right, so our infusion is ready. If you have a cup and you want to come and get some tea, what we're going to do, we're going to be a little bit more low key about it, and just kind of, let's see, what kind of strainers do we have? You want some tea?
Yes.
All right. This is going to wake you up.
I know. I'm just.
There we go. So, yeah, let's try it like that. Yeah, that's a little soupy.
I don't want to step on your toes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And if you want honey, there's some honey down there. All right. Come on up. Oh, sorry. Some people like floaties in their tea. They call them floaties, you know, if you don't really strain it out. It's the only way that you can really do. You're welcome. If you want to do any kind of like prophesying by your tea reading, gotta have something in there, right? If you can, notice how, look in the pot, notice how bright green the nettle is. See how green that is? Mm-hmm. So nettle is, if you have an abundance of nettle, which you should, and you will if you're growing it, because nettle is very abundant, you can dry the young green tender leaves and add them to soups.
Like a green?
Just like a green, yeah. Another herb that's really good to add to your winter soup is calendula flower. They call it pot herb, I believe, because it was always added to soups. It was always added to soups. So it's an incredible immune booster. And Matthew Wood talks about calendula in this book, the Book of Herbal Wisdom, talks about it being good. I didn't think it would need honey. It's for remedies where the sun doesn't shine. So if you have, like, say, a sinus infection, if you have a sinus infection, you make a calendula tea, and it'll get all up in there. You know, you don't have to do any kind of blowing anything up your nose or anything like that. Just make the tea, and it'll bring the sunshine where the sun can't get. So any of those kinds of infections.
Do you use like all of the aerial parts of it?
You can. So if you're growing, calendula is very easy to grow. You can make a tincture of the whole flowering fresh plant. And you want to be sure to get a variety like from Horizon or something that has a lot of resins. Calendula has an affinity for water, so you don't have to use a lot of alcohol. But you would want to do something like maybe 30, 40%, 50%, because it does have resins. If you've ever been around the plant, the whole plant is covered in resins. It feels sticky. It's so good for your immune system. Okay.
Where would you like this?
Calendula.
Right here? Yeah.
Thanks for giving her tea. Look at that.
So
this tea that we're drinking now is good for opening your heart chakra, stress. That's all I got.
Nutrition. It's very nutritive. Blood building. This is a tea you can do every single day.
Did you say energy?
Yeah, it can give you energy. Tulsi can be very energizing, and nettle too. Especially if you took a shot of that nettle seed. If you put some nettle seed in. So some people like myself are not super keen on alcohol. So a really great way. Let's talk a little bit about potency. Generally, if you're making extracts and you're really getting as much material as you can with as little solvent as possible, you're making a very strong extraction. Teas can sometimes be a little bit weaker, maybe. This is not always true, but if you're in a situation that you need a very strong response, you have a situation that you really need a therapeutic response. You know, this isn't for just general well-being. You have an issue like a severe infection or something like that, a snake bite or something, an abscess. You need a really strong response. You are going to want to, this is often called an acute condition, you know, an infection or something, a fever, something like that is called an acute condition. That means we got to stay on top of this right now, and we are not going to let up until it's done. And we're talking like 3 hours to 24 hours, 36 hours, something like that, acute. Whereas chronic condition would be something like rheumatoid arthritis or osteoporosis or maybe allergies. You have in some, anyway, so you want to, in an acute situation, you may want to do like a higher potency, something that's stronger, because you need that thing to happen now. You need that infection to stop now. You know what I mean? You need to kick your immune system into gear now. So you're going to want to do a very strong dosage. So you can take your tea and you can add your extract to it, because an extract is going to be like a higher potency than tea. And that adding it to your tea is going to help evaporate off that alcohol, which can be, it can just not be comfortable to take that much alcohol in an acute situation. So adding it to your tea will help you to evaporate it. Do you want me to serve you, sweetie?
Oh, it's okay.
We'll do it right over here. So that's one way of doing it, especially for children. You know, you don't want to be giving children the alcohol. You put it into some tea and let it stand, and it usually evaporates off. Isn't it pretty?
It's so wonderful.
Yeah.
I didn't have any. I was like,
I know. You need to be in on it too. I know. Somebody did serve her tea. What does that tell you? Yeah.
Carpal tunnel.
Right. You got to really work for that yellow dog. So we're there's a little bit of tea left. If anybody wants some. Okay. So we need to make sure. I just realized, so I went in to make an oil, I went in to make a salve with you guys, and I forgot that I was supposed to bring my own pots. When you're working with a lot of oily, kind of savvy things, you want to have tools that are devoted to that, because it's just, yeah, it's just hard to clean. So I'm just going to talk you through making the oil. And that can free these jars up for putting some tinctures and different things like that into it. Okay, so when you're going to make your oil, would you mind handing me, there's a balm of Gilead and a plantain oil over there. Balm of Gilead. also known as bambagia. That's what the old timers around here say that. Bambagia. That's balm of Gilead.
And then that's plantain oil?
Yeah.
So did you infuse the plants with oil, and that's how you got them DNA?
Yeah. I could send you guys home with some oil and some beeswax, and you can make it yourself if you want. So well, I'll hold that thought. Let's make sure we spend some time at the end making sure that you get what you need. Okay, so you remember what I was talking about? Fresh plant material has a lot of water. So a lot of things will go bad in oil. Oil isn't, you have to be careful when you're making an oil extraction with fresh plant material because there's water. So some of the ways that we do this are we make a sun oil. This is typically for flowers, and it's typically for sun-loving flowers. So St. John's wort, if you want to make a St. John's wort oil, you're going to harvest the fresh flowering tippity tops and put them in cover them with oil and put it in the sun. Calendula is the same way. What I have found worked for me when I had a small calendula patch is you will pick the calendula flowers, and you're supposed to pick them when they're like this, when they're upright to about there. When they start to go, you'll see the flower petals are starting to kind of go like that. You don't necessarily want them. So you want them upright to lateral, not below that. You'll see what I mean when you'll see the plant flowering. So you just harvest those flowering tops, and I would have my jar of oil in the sun that I was making, and I would have a flush of flowers come on, and I would put it in the oil, and then it seemed like there weren't many flowers coming on. After a few days, I would strain out my flowers and then add new flowers to it. Does that make sense? So that can really make a very potent medicine. As a matter of fact, we could take some of these tinctures, we could use that extract and put fresh plant material in. That's called a double maceration. Now you're talking about really strong extract. But with calendula flowers, if you have a pretty big patch, then you should be able to get enough flowers at one given time to make enough oil. If not, you can strain them out after a few days and add fresh flowers, and you can keep doing that.
See, I tried that with lavender to make lavender oil, and it always smelled awful. Like it would just turn, it's like within a day or two, you would smell it, and it would just kind of almost.
It's just rotting.
It smelled like soury.
Yeah.
And I tried a lot of different ways, and I couldn't.
Well, you know, a lavender essential oil, do you know the difference between essential oils and, okay. So another way that if you're worried about something going bad, what you should do is add your own heat and not wait for the sun to do it. Now, in particular, this is true of comfrey. Comfrey is so fertile and has so many nutrients in it. It just wants to compost like that. It's very hard to keep comfrey from composting because that's just what it wants to do. So if you harvest your comfrey leaves, chop them up, put them in a crock pot, and cover them with oil, and just keep it on low.
See, I tried that with lavender too, and it changed the smell of the lavender to be stinky. Like I tried one of those little crock pots.
Yeah. Do you know I've never tried to make a lavender oil that way? I don't know why.
It always smells. It's like once the heat bakes it. It smells different.
Well, okay. So lavender. A lot of what we love about lavender is its volatile oils, its essential oils, and heat is going to drive those off.
But I put
the lid on.
And I even tried the concave lid. Herbal, and the smell always.
Yeah. Has anyone here made a lavender oil? I haven't even heard of it, really. And I wonder if that's why. It's just really hard to do. And the essential oil is so effective and so available. I usually will add the lavender essential oil into a salve as it's cooling. And that brings in that lavender. You can do a lavender extract with alcohol and water, and that's supposed to be good for stress headaches. Lavender is a really good medicine, antimicrobial and stuff. So maybe it's just not very good for making an oil.
We used to make lavender cake at Highland Lake Inn with the lavender we harvested. So it's getting hot.
Yeah.
It's cooking in the oil or what it is that makes it. It's not taste.
Google it.
I did have a cooking journal of like 5, 6, 7 different trials of different things.
You would be surprised, like with elderberry syrup, if you try to Google it, it can be hard.
You know, Young Living Essential Oils has the biggest lavender farm in North America, and I would look on how they produce it because they have very special equipment for that.
Yeah, they do.
It's really low temperature, I think.
Is that
It's the whole
Burnsville?
No, it's up in Utah.
Oh, one in Burnsville where they sell all kinds of value-added stuff.
Right up in there, yeah, it's great. They got goats and.
Yeah.
So you were talking about Googling lavender syrup.
Oh, elderberry syrup. Like trying to find a recipe for elderberry syrup online is kind of hard to find a method for anything of any quantity. Okay, so a crock pot works great for most things. And I typically will use the sun, putting the jar of oil with the material in the sun for flowers. Calendula, arnica, mullein, St. John's wort, things like that. Just put it in a jar in the sun. And for things like plantain, burdock, elder leaves, comfrey, things like that, I would do it in a crock pot. And I would just keep it on low, and I would just keep it stirring. And this is a plantain oil. I mean, it's just so green, it's almost black. So I made just a plantain oil, and I also have, it's kind of leaking a little bit, but a plantain, elder, burdock, comfrey oil. This is what I can put in a jar for you, and you can make your own salve. I went ahead and processed those together because I knew that I wanted to make a salve with all of them. Most of the time when we're making medicine, we want to keep things kind of separated and just do one thing at a time. But for those, I knew that I wanted to, and they were a little bit all tangled up with each other, and it just worked out. I'm going to start making this decoction of this yellow dock.
What kind of oil do you use?
I use what's available to me, either untoasted sesame, olive, grapeseed, jojoba, which is very expensive. I really like to use grapeseed oil because I feel like it's stable, but I can't always afford it. I think that yeah, I think I've been getting more and more into coconut oil, so I think that it would be, yeah. I love it. And it melts into your skin right away. So if you were using a coconut oil, that would be tricky about the beeswax. So let's talk about the beeswax. Do we feel comfortable about extracting things in oil? Either use the sun or a crock pot.
Is it less potent if you let your herbs or flowers dry first and then do them in the oil?
No. I'm trying to think of a special case. I generally, you can use fresh or dry equally. If you're using fresh, you need to be sure that you drive the water out, and you can do that with heat. If you aren't driving the water out with heat, if you're doing it passive, like in the sun, you want to make sure it's not something like comfrey. Does that make sense? I haven't made a mint oil like that. And again, that's the volatile oils that you're really after, and so you wouldn't want to use any heat on it. Personally, I would add peppermint oil in as the salve is already in the jar, has already started cooling. There's this really magic moment between liquid and solid as it's cooling. If you can wait until it's as cool as possible and stir the essential oil in before it hardens, then you're preserving the volatile oils. They're volatile. They escape, you know. Any kind of heat is going to drive them off. So that's how I would use that. There's this way of using fat to get these volatile oils that perfumeries use, like with jasmine flowers, and it's a whole art, and I don't know how they do it. I mean, I think that they're even using some kind of animal fat, and they're like layering the fat and the flowers, and there's a special word for it. Do you know what it's called?
I can't think of it, but I know it was very secret.
Yeah, it's like an infusion, but there's a special word for it, and and that's probably how you could get the lavender to go into an oil, or peppermint or something like that with a lot of volatile oils. Okay, so you make your oil, and if you're worried about it, I think David Hoffman talks about using tincture of benzoin as a stabilizer. Balm of Gilead is a bit of a stabilizer too. So the balm of Gilead is from a populus tree, and it does grow locally. You have to get the buds right early in the spring, and one of the best ways to do that is when it snows and things fall down. I'm going to pass this around because it's just precious. Just be careful. This balm of Gilead oil extract. So the poplar tree, like the snow or something, winter weather pulls it down, and now your huge tree is on the ground, and you just pick your poplar buds. But you have to do the poplar buds fresh. I knew there was something. The resin deteriorates. It just doesn't work. Bees use the resin of the poplar buds to make propolis. And propolis is a really wonderful medicine. The bees use it as medicine. So the balm of Gilead buds, you get them fresh and you immediately do them in a very high alcohol solution, because this is a resin, or an oil. The oil is safer to use. The tincture, you have to be careful. So I would just say just use the oil. And you can use it for burns and poison ivy and different kinds of burning things. But it's also a bit of a preservative. So you can add some of that to your salves. So you make your oils, and when you're ready to make your salve, you can combine your oils in whatever ways you want. Or like I did, I just made all the oils together. And the ratio of oil to beeswax is about 1 part beeswax to 8 parts oil, approximately. So if you were doing that in ounces, 1 ounce of beeswax, 8 ounces of your oil, your plant oil. Now, I'm really sorry that we can't make it. I knew I was forgetting something when I left the house. But it's fairly easy. You just heat your oil up in your pot that's devoted to making salves. You can have a crock pot that's devoted to making salves. Melt your beeswax in, and here's the trick. Keep some spoons, before you start, put some spoons in the freezer. When your beeswax has melted into your oil, you have no idea what is the consistency like. It's all melted. I need it to solidify. So you can put a little drop on your frozen spoon, and you can maybe even put it back in the freezer, and it will harden to the temperature. It will harden to the consistency that it's going to be in your jar, right? So you can tell, oh, this is too soft. I need to add more wax. This is too hard. You can imagine rubbing that on a wound. It would really hurt, it'd be like a rock. I need to add some more oil. So you want to make sure before you get it in your jar that it's the right consistency. And different salves that you're making are going to have a different, you're going to want a different consistency. If you're making a lip balm, you want it to be a little bit more on the hard side. If you're making something for really, you know, really bad cuts or something, you want it to be on the soft side, so you would use less beeswax for the softer salve and more for the harder salve. So keep a few spoons in the freezer, and that will help you determine if you've gotten the right consistency. And then you pour it in your jars, whatever jars you're going to use, and you'll find that you have to watch it, and it's really fun. It's kind of like being at the beach when the waves are starting to come up and you're right on that line and they're about to get you wet. You know, it's that kind of like excitement, but not really at all. I mean, you're just like, is it hardening yet? And then you forget. And then it hardened and you didn't put your essential oil in. Anyway, you're watching it and it's liquid, and you're doing something, it's liquid, and you're still waiting, it's liquid, and then it's like, oh no, it's solid. You want to get it so that it's cool enough that your essential oils, if you're adding them, don't volatilize, and it needs to be soft enough that you can actually stir it in there. So have fun with that. I always miss it every time. I just multitask too much or something. Okay, so I'll be sure to hook you up with some oils in these little jars before we leave. Okay, we didn't strain out the hawthorn. Was anybody interested in hawthorn tincture? Should we strain it? Okay. No? Hawthorn is repairs tissues and is good for the cardiovascular. It's good for hearts. Hawthorn is amazing regenerative for the heart. It can like reverse cardiovascular damage. A lot of cardiovascular damage is because the tissues, our veins and arteries and the heart tissue itself is damaged. So hawthorn brings the oxygen in to muscle tissues, so athletes really like it. It oxygenates the tissues.
I've been making a tincture with hawthorn for over 3 years, and it has brought my lower number down by about 10 points to even 15 sometimes, and I swear by it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's people who would have like really severe angina, and if they miss their hawthorn extract for 1 day, they would like immediately be back kind of in pain. These are pretty severe cases, yeah. If you're having a heart attack, I mean, you can like be eating it, but they make a solid, so you can take this extract and kind of gently cook it down. Have you ever had a rosehip solid? It's like a rosehip jam. They call it a solid extract. So you make an extract and you slowly cook off the water and the alcohol. And you're left with this kind of like, it's almost like a jam. And you could put it on toast. And it wouldn't be that bad. It's called a solid extract. Okay, so we need to strain some elderberries, right? Okay, so we covered our elderberries and we cooked them and we cooked them and we cooked them. And this is my process. This is my gold right here. Like if you don't get anything out of the class, but what we're about to do, you'll be good. Because it's taken me years to figure this out. Okay, so I'm gonna just start demonstrating and then I want you guys to come. So you just, you let this is just called a juice. I just made a juice with the berries and the water. You just let your juice cool enough so that you can handle it. And this is a food mill. Are we familiar with food mills? Gotta have one. You just kind of pour the juice through and the berries, and you just run the food mill. So I'll let you guys take your turns. Lord knows I've done this for enough hours in my life. You don't even know. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm at the kitchen sink. It mashes the pulp and the juice through. It's kind of like what we were just doing, but it keeps the seeds out. So food mills are really, really handy for a lot of things. This is, if you want to make like jam, any kind of jams and jellies and tomato sauce. So you kind of have to go back and forth and back and forth, and then you'll see that it starts to become mostly just seeds, and then you're done. And you want to be sure that you get all of the juice out, because it's very, very, very precious medicine. But this is similar to what we were doing over there, straining. And what's that?
Where can you find elderberry?
Oh, mostly around water. They love streams. Streams are their favorite. The best elderberries have a lot of sun and a lot of water. They like fertile earth. These days, it's getting harder and harder and harder to find them in the wild, because their habitat is getting taken over by things like Japanese knotweed and multiflora rose. And where it's not being taken over, the counties are spraying herbicides on them. And it's absolute tragedy. I mean, it breaks my heart. It's totally breaking my heart, because these are my friends. I've been gathering elderberry from this area for many years, and I have my same patches. Okay, who wants to do it? That I've been going to year after year after year. Okay, so just scoop it, and you maybe don't want to put a lot in because it will take you a long time. I've been going to these patches for many, many, many years, and I'm just seeing them all disappear. And it feels like I'll lose a friend, you know? It's heartbreaking. It really is. Okay, yeah. The recipe? Okay, so you start with however many berries you have, cover them with water.
What temperature water? Just cool water?
Yeah, yeah. And then cook it until it smells like you guys smelled. Till it smells like, you want to cook it for a while. And you'll see the berries become more plump, and they start to really lend their color to the water. And cook that down quite a bit. Then you want to run it through a food mill. And then we're going to run it through a strainer. A fine sieve. We're going to run it through a fine sieve. And then we're going to put it back on the stove and bring it to a simmer. Add some sugar. I use sugar. You can use honey. I think it's better to not cook honey too much. And the ratio that I use is 1 part sugar to 5 parts of the finished juice. So once this is all finished, once we've run it through the food mill, we're going to weigh the entire thing. Do y'all remember how much the pot weighed? 4.5. Good. And we'll just do a 1 to 5 ratio, melt that sugar down pretty good, and then there's this process that the elderberry starts to kind of yield up this funky looking stuff. It looks like this grayish, greenish resin. You can start to see it in the food mill. If you look at the bottom, you can see, make sure that these little hooks are right there. Come and look, you see this stuff right here along the edge? And you can even touch it. It's like a grayish, greenish resin. It's very odd. I don't know what it is. But I started to notice, particularly with my son when he was very little, that the elderberry seemed to pull stuff out of him. Like his stools would be very different when I would give him the elderberry, and it really seemed like it was pulling the funk out. It really seemed that way, and I was like, it's kind of, this is reminding me, this like resin stuff is reminding me of it. I don't know if they're related, but I do cook the syrup down and it'll start to bubble up. Kind of like when you're making potatoes and it makes that frothy, kind of dirty looking stuff. I just skim that off and skim it off and skim it off until, and you can have it at a pretty good roll, a rolling boil. The more that it's rolling, the faster that funk comes out. Scoop that scum off until it's done scumming. And then you can turn it off and you can add your lemon juice. I use lemon juice. Oh, I did want to talk about this, about whole plants and whole foods. Remind me to talk about that next. You know, you can use about a tablespoon per half pint. So this, I usually do mine in half pints. I generally err on the side of caution and add a bunch more than that because vitamin C is really good for you when you're fighting a cold. And so then I just let that all dissolve, and I have my jars. I don't know if any of you can, but I do a hot water bath. Some people will just, you can take the berries and you can cover them with honey and stick them in your fridge and just kind of use that all winter. You know, there's a bunch of different ways to do it. I generally make a lot of syrup at a time, and so I need to can it because I'll make many cases at a time. Okay, so whole foods. We were talking about the turmeric with the fat. If you don't take fat with the turmeric, then maybe your body's not really absorbing it. Well, vitamin C is much better coming from the whole plant. So I used to use a vitamin C powder, and I don't do that anymore. I use lemon juice. I think the closer we are to the whole plant, the better off we are. And I always felt that way, but especially now with like so much being compromised in our agricultural system, I think it's really important to go for the whole thing. So I've been, frankly, boiling the heck out of this yellow dock. I'm going to have to add a little bit more water to it. Okay, so I didn't make the kava tea because everybody seems a little bit tired and this would totally knock you out. We only have a little bit more time. I think 6 o'clock is when dinner is served, but we'll be here till 7. So as we're working on this, I just want to make sure that we cover any other topics that you guys have questions about.
So the kava tea, like that is, what is that? That's kava powder?
Uh-huh.
So what is that? Is it the ground root?
It's a ground up root, yeah. So what you do with the kava tea is make a decoction. You make it just like our adrenal tea. You would make a decoction, and then you can add milk and honey to it. And it's really yummy when you add milk and honey.
So how much?
Let me see.
Like how much of the scoop of that powder would you use?
I would just put some in my hand per cup. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Mm-hmm.
Is it? I've seen it when I go to.
So do you ever do like ginger in this?
Yeah, I have. I like to do ginger in it.
Or rose hips? Do you do rose hips?
Yeah, we can do rose hips. This is just a simple base,
Because I'll often do like cinnamon sticks.
Yeah, that's nice.
When I have them.
I was really wanting to bring some rose hips. Rose hips are really high in vitamin C in a whole form. You can actually buy a supplement that's basically powdered rose hips. And if you're going to get a supplement that's a vitamin C supplement, that's the way to go. You want to go with the whole form. It can be very dangerous to you to not to have these isolated compounds. So oranges are really high in vitamin C, but the peel is so good for you. The peel is very bitter, but if you can get the peel into your life, like we should have put the peel on the elderberry, you know? Yeah.
We'll do that
next time. You know, you can make a tea with the peel. It's bitter, but it's really good for you, and there's a lot of vitamin C in there. I used to work for an Indian guy at a gas station, and they would chew on it all the time. And he would say, if you eat this every day, you'll never get sick. I believe that was the bitter orange pill. Okay, so we're going to keep working on this elderberry, and yeah.
I have 3 questions.
Okay.
How would you cook the peel in the elderberry? Would you just cook it with the elderberry?
Well, I was just wondering that as we were talking about it. Vitamin C is very heat sensitive, right? So I was thinking, I wonder what the best way to do that would be. I'm not really sure. I wonder if, I don't know.
Would you put it in the food mill and not cook it in the initial step?
I don't really know much about orange peel, like how soluble it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what its preference is for. Is it for fat? Is it for something, you know? I don't know. I was just making a note to self, like, look into the orange peel and see.
But then I have another question about, should I wait so you can look at that? About the oil.
There's so, okay. I'm going to go on this side. How long what?
How long do you do it in the crock pot with the oil?
Until I feel like it's really yielded itself over. So I'll just watch I'll watch the color. I want to see a really strong infusion of the color. And the plant material will just kind of start to be kaput. It'll kind of be all dried up and withered-y looking.
Like peppermint oil is super strong. So when I think of like the little salve lip gloss container, one drop seems like so much. Am I wrong about that? Because you do that all the time. Like if you put it in at the very end, and it's
Right.
thin out the oil.
Well, I haven't made lip balm in the little lip balm containers. I just got some. So I don't really know. I would say you could take some oil, just some straight up oil, like jojoba oil or something, and put your drop in that. So you would dilute the essential oil in a carrier oil. Maybe that would help. And then you could just put one drop, and it would be like more dilute. Right?
Make a big batch, like use 1 drop of peppermint oil to make like 5 chapsticks.
That's what I mean, yeah. Yeah. That's all, like, that's where the practice comes in. Like, for me with the elderberry syrup, every year I discover something new about it, and it just makes it a lot easier, you know. So if you learn something about the chapstick and the peppermint oil, let us know.
With that ground cava root powder, can you buy that at the co-op?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I was going to use, if I was going to make what was it, like a stronger, like almost like a tincture or something stronger of the kava, I would just, how do you do the powder instead of the plant matter? Because we would like, you know, you fill up the plant matter and then you top it off, but like, how do you do that with the powder?
You would do the same thing. You would just get a stronger extract because you have more of the plant material exposed.
Okay.
So you would just cover. You want to leave enough. You don't want to just barely cover it. It needs to be enough over that you allow for the material to swell up because it's going to absorb and get bigger. And you need to watch that. You don't want the material to be poking out above the top of the liquid.
So you do half alcohol, half water.
As a general rule. Sometimes, like for kava, you would want to do more like 3/4 alcohol, 1/4 water, because you're going more for about 75%. because the
You said 1/4 water.
yeah, so 75%, right?
75% water.
75%
Alcohol.
25% water.
I just wanted to see what else we had over here. So Irish moss. Yeah, let's.
That's what grows all over on the tree.
Yeah, usnea. Sorry, it's not Irish moss, it's usnea. Usnea moss grows all over the place. There's many, many different kinds of species. So, but we find usnea growing all over our trees. It's a really wonderful antimicrobial and antibiotic, especially if you're having a lung infection, if you're getting a cold that's going into your lungs. So elderflower is equally effective against colds and flus, and it's a heck of a lot easier to deal with than the syrup. I love the syrup though, so I make it every year. Elderflower is very easy to spot. It has these beautiful white umbels, creamy white umbels. It's usually flowering around June 1st, right around the 1st of June. You'll see these beautiful, they're almost like flags by the stream waving, like here I am. You just break the umbel off and dry it as well as you can, as fast as you can, because it's fairly volatile. And so these, I can pass these around. The flowers typically will just fall right off the umbel. You just want the flowers, not the umbel. And so this is the one, I'm going to pass the lid around with that. This is the one that if you take the tea hot, it's going to help reduce your fever. If you take it cold, it's going to be more of a diuretic. I brought an example of the oats, okay? So a lot of people will sell dried oat tops. These are dried milky oats. And people will sell oat straw. In my opinion, if you're going to get a therapeutic response from using milky oats, you need to have it fresh, okay? And milky oats are used for restoring damaged, like a really damaged nervous system, like from stress. You know, if you're like debilitated from stress, a lot of us need milky oats. It's mostly water soluble, but you do need some alcohol. It's good to have a little alcohol. I'm just pointing out that I really don't think that the dried material is a good substitute. And oat straw is different than milky oats. So milky oats are super easy to grow. You can get oats as a cover crop seed from like 5th Season Garden Supply. And you can get those planted like in February or something. Plant it as a cover crop, and when the oats are, I'm going to pass this around so that you can kind of, about milky oats, right? That's about what they look like. But you go out and squeeze them, and they should drip this one little milky drop. And when it's super milky, you can just take your hands on the grass. It's just like grass, and you just go, dunk, and you've got this handful of milky oats. Put it in the freezer or tincture it straight away. And that's going to be, you can add that to a lot of different things. So if you put them in the freezer, which I think is brilliant, honestly, and you can just kind of grab a handful as you need it, you could put it in that Adrenal tea that we made. It would be a lovely addition. Did y'all see this? Did you want to look at the milky oats? Okay, what else? I talked a little bit about drying, but I didn't talk about it in depth. So it's really easy to dry leaves. They dry pretty fast. Berries, these are some dried hawthorn berries that are from the same batch as the, I'll pass that around. Are y'all enjoying smelling these and stuff? Okay, pass that one around. Berries are going to take a lot longer, and there's a high chance that they'll mold. If you don't keep the temperature up And that's like about 85 degrees, and keep airflow on it. Roots, like this yellow dock root that she worked so hard on, a lot of times they're going to need to be sliced open. You're going to have to cut them wide open because they can be, you know, that thick, and it's going to be really hard for them to dry. Okay, you need to leave at 6, is that right? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's shift gears. I want to mention one more herb. Lavender bergamot. It's called lavender bee balm. I'm going to pass it that way. You can use it as an oregano replacement. It's a beautiful herb. The hummingbirds love it. And it's a great immune herb. You can use it instead of echinacea.
Instead of what?
Echinacea.
What is it called?
It's called lavender bee balm, lavender bergamot. Okay, so we have a couple of tinctures over here. We've got some spilanthes and some nettle seed. Would you guys like to just fill your own bottle, make your own label? Should we do it like that? Here's a plantain liniment. So this is spilanthes and this is nettle. This is for energy. You should take that. I'm going to get some labels.
Brains, right?
And for the brain, yep. So I'm going to I have these labels too that we can cut. Who wants some oil to take home? And you can grab a piece of beeswax too. Is that too big for that? It is. Angela's got it. Okay, hang on, Angela. Look at this. Just be careful.
And leave room for the dropper. That's what I always mess up on.
Yeah, so that one is super full. Here, wait. Put some in here.
Were you offering this as well?
Oh yeah, so if you're gonna do an oil, okay, check it out, y'all. These little tiny labels right here would fit on your bottles. I suggest doing it. Let's try to leave these guys for the jars. Use these for the bottles. There's little labels on the bottom. I'm just gonna leave that to y'all. There's that.
And what's the best way to take these tinctures? Just like 2 squirts a day or something?
Yeah.
And then nettle tincture
Here you go.
for your brain
And what else did she say?
I want to give them for the heart for Wayne.
Okay. Why don't you let me bring that to you? Okay.
Is this the one you want?
Nettle seed. Okay. Oils.
Can you speak out of that cough chop?
What's that?
About cough chop?
Oh,
Can you
true.
speak out of that
Didn't
cough
think
chop?
about that. Wait, just
Oh, I've never made them.
Oh, okay.
you know what? I did it too full.
I just never have. I would like to. Have you ever made them?
No, I'm very curious.
David Hoffman talks about making them in his book, The New Holistic Herbal, wherever that went.
Right.
Yeah, so that book right there, he talks about it. You should look it up. It's on page 159, if you look at page 159.
Wow, you got that memorized.
Well,
is
it's
that
just
the good beginner's book for?
Yeah. That is definitely one that I would
Do you want me to just
start with.
the elderberry?
No, I will start working on that. Okay, so here's the balm of Gilead, and here are some jars, and I'm going to get you some more oil. What's that?
What time is it?
It's supposed to end at 6, and then we eat dinner. So, she's usually in here making it, but because I took over the kitchen, she probably is making it somewhere else. We just eat it here. You want to wait and eat? Oh, okay.
No, I really do.
Okay, good.
I just need to make phone calls.
Okay. Well, if you need to go out, yeah, we'll be here till probably 7:30. Okay. This is the Plantain burdock elder comfrey oil, and it smells a little funny. I'm gonna
You use it for what?
just you make an oil, a salve with it. You can add some beeswax to it. And yeah, it's for like bruises, cuts. And it's boo-boo cream. We are making them. Okay, stay, yeah.
Because you got a lot to clean, don't you?
Yeah, there's a lot to pack, and I'm gonna start doing that now. Like she'll probably bring dinner over pretty soon.
Do you know if Boo Boo Goo has plantain in it?
If what?
If Boo Boo Goo, the brand, has
I don't
plantain
know.
in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
'Cause I would think that it should be. 'Cause
Yeah.
I mean, I would put that on a bee sting if I knew that was in it.
Right. Yeah, it should have it. That's for sure. Are you guys okay?
Oh, and we grew some tobacco.
Uh-huh.
Plant. You know, and I didn't do anything with it. But like, is there anything I could do with it as far as like a topical thing? Like something?
I don't know.
Like, I know that if you put tobacco on a bee sting,
Yeah, it's supposed to help with the pain.
You know, if you chew some,
Mhm.
you know, if you wanted to make an extract or something like a tincture.
Yeah, I mean, it would make you throw up if you needed to throw up.
Really?
Yeah, it's called an emmenagogue. A lot of people, a lot of old recipes called for purging in that way. Throw up or, you know, drop.
You put it under your tongue, like what if there was a way to just like, could you get nicotine through a tincture? Like,
Yeah, you could, absolutely.
would you just use like, is that?
You would just make it, I mean, tobacco is an herb, you would just make it just like this.
Is it a resin or a?
Kind of, you would want to use maybe, you know, you would want to go higher on the alcohol. Yep, for sure. Yeah, why not? Yeah. Or even just a way to take the tobacco, yeah. I think that would be fine.
They do that for medicine flavors with tobacco, like.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Can you think of any link between
Was that?
Do you want me to help you pack anything or just?
You do what you need to do. I'm sure that there are people here that will help me, and Meredith that works here could also help. Yeah, you do what you need to do.
I'm just gonna call and tell them now. I'll be there now. Bye-bye.
Okay.
I got it.
I'm like hanging on for that.
Yeah.
Me too. I'll text
Well,
you to see if you can bring me some stuff.
Okay. That would be awesome. Yeah.
I do need some from your wine. For Boyd, you know. I didn't know Toasty was so good because he's so stressed out with the
Oh, I know.
I wish I would have.
We could make him a tincture.
Yeah.
I wonder if he would take a tincture.
Oh, he will. Could you tell me you make one for him and bring it home to me?
I should just help you. I mean, now you know how to make tincture. Tulsi is the best one for that. And actually, Gaia makes an adrenal support. It's a pill. Gaia Herbs. It's a pill. It's called Adrenal Support. And he could just take a pill. That's what I did in college. I just took a pill. I was like, I can't even deal with
Is it K-A-Y-A?
Gaia, G-A-I-A, Gaia.
I'll see if I can go to co-op.
It's at the co-op. It's at Whole Foods. It's Gaia Adrenal Support, and it's ashwagandha, rhodiola, and tulsi, and oats. It's the perfect remedy.
I'd rather make something for him like that he can take.
See, you're welcome. You're welcome. Did you get your stuff? Good. Oh yeah, I know. We're right.
What are you cooking?
What's that?
What food she's cooking?
I don't know. I have no idea. You should stay. She's a really good cook.
I'm gonna eat.
Stay and eat. Yes, you want to eat Meredith's food.
Gaia.
The elderberry. I have to strain it. through a mesh strainer first. But yeah, I'm gonna put it back in this pot so I can weigh it, because this was the original pot. Yeah.
Do you want me to help you strain it?
Maybe, yeah. Where? Comfrey?
No,
Oh.
in the container to put some oil in it.
What am I using? Which container? Those little 4-ounce jars, right there. Yeah, grab some.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, the oil that we mixed together, the Gilead and the...
It's got, I'll tell you what it has when you're ready.
Okay.
Elder, these are all leaves. Elder, comfrey, burdock, plantain. If you want to take a small piece of this beeswax, you'll have to open it up and stuff like that. If you're taking 4 ounces of oil, you only need about a ½ ounce of beeswax. But you're welcome to have some of this beeswax.
So would I take this and put it?
Oh yeah, and we need this one. And the reason why is because the seeds, oh good, yeah. I came with my apron on. So this is how we do it. We need to find a spatula. Okay, so we need a spatula, and flexible as possible. Okay. Are we having dinner? Okay. I'm gonna clean up a little bit here.
But do you want to do a little closing wrap-up thing?
Oh, yeah, sure.
That'd be nice,
That would
you
be
know,
great.
finish it and
Sure.
stuff. Give a little overview if you want to mention.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna close it up. Lisa wisely reminded me that we should have some closure here. I hope that you all were able to take away something that can empower you to take your health into your own hands, to be of service to your family, your friends, and your community, and to deepen your relationship with the healing plants, with all of their gifts, their pure love, and I hope that your relationship with them blossoms, and may you be well. I run Appalachian Seeds Farm and Nursery, so I have a website, appalachianseeds.com. I'm full of words that need to be spelled. APPALACHIAN seeds.com. And feel free to reach out to me there. And I live in Leicester. I don't really have a retail kind of a place. I sell wholesale. I sell a lot of these plants in the spring. So does Hal at Herb Fest.
Yeah,
Similar, yeah.
but different.
Right.
Asparagus?
Uh-huh.
What was that?
That is an immune herb.
And you,
Toothache plant.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you all very much, and we're going to be eating in a few minutes. I believe Meredith will be bringing us some food, and keep getting your medicine and everything like that. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.